This is the Bible of the electrogenic cell. It's not just the best book ever written on the subject, it's the only book ever written on this subject. Brought to you by supporters of Christ. Okay, y'all know Mondays is not scheduled, but we here, we live. Y'all know Mondays is not scheduled. Tuesdays is only medicine, right? But we here, we live. Right? I know Wednesdays is not scheduled, but listen. And as promised, Tika is in the building. Tika is in the building. Okay, so important. This is always important. Like, share, super chat, subscribe. Wait a minute, I like the way she threw super chat in before subscribe. Yeah, go ahead and hit the super chat. Like, share, super chat, subscribe. Patreon, make sure you become a monthly subscriber, paid monthly subscriber on Patreon. Hit the website, hit the Zelle, hit the Cash App. Listen, hit the Zelle and the Cash App. Like, just go crazy. We need all the blessings we can get. We need all the luck, the love, the well wishers. Right? We need everything. We need everything. The great one, Dr. Inky, naturopathic, herbalist, Jedi healer, respect to the family. Man, I like that. That's almost like a shout out to Kwame Black Plasma. Shout out to Kwame Black Plasma for that. That's almost like I'm gonna rank that up there with a Hotep Jesus introduction. Like Hotep Jesus. And shout out to King Simon. Yeah, before Hotep Jesus, I've never had such an amazing introduction before. You know, King Simon gave me an amazing introduction before, back in the days, But yeah, like that always that stuck with me. I'm sentimental. I really appreciate things, even small things. So I'll remember, maybe 10, 20, 30 years later, you know what I'm saying? But listen, today we are starting up our program. Today we're starting our program. We're going to march forward. It's going to be, it's probably going to take us longer than the 15 weeks that it is scheduled for. Yeah, because, it's probably going to take us longer than 15 weeks to do this 15-week journey. But we're going to go there. We're going to go there. The information is vital. The information is vital. Let me say it again. Like I got Umar Johnson syndrome. The information is vital. Ladies and gentlemen, the information is vital. Yo. Oh my God. Prayers goes out to him. Hopefully he finds his way through this dark patch that he's in. But the information is vital, right? The information is vital. And as usual, you guys' support allows me to do research in areas that nobody else on earth nobody's doing, right? So there's a couple of things that we're going to discuss that's going to be the focal points of this 15 weeks. Now, obviously, we're going to be talking about building muscle, right? That's obviously going to be in the backdrop of what it is that we're discussing, but not in the sense of like a bodybuilder or a beefcake, not like that. Like, that's not what we're trying to do. We're not even pretending to try to do that. Yeah, it's more like that, right? It's more like that. That's the program right there. It's really gonna be more like daily prayer, right? I'm gonna have to erase that and write it back up there nice and clean, right? But it's more gonna be healing. It's more gonna be holistic, naturopathic. Obviously, with the title of the video, one of the main subjects that we're going to be discussing is fat loss. We're going to go in depth into fat loss. Yeah, there will be some trolling. There will be some trolling. I just want to say that with a straight face. Like, there will be some trolling. You know, there will be some hot takes, things of that nature. Just because of the amount of sheer confusion around the subject matter, right? But with that being said, there's still going to be a lot of brand new information that we're going to bring to the forefront, you know, that we're going to introduce to people. That's number one. We're going to introduce, and then some hidden things that maybe a handful of people on earth know that we're going to attempt to popularize. So there's going to be some brand new things. And then there are going to be some things that maybe 6 or 7 people on earth know that we're going to attempt to popularize. With that being said, over the next 15 weeks, we are going to revolutionize the concept surrounding burning fat and losing weight. And what we'd like to do is get people to jump on the journey with us. Now, we have done some tremendous things like this before. I'm going to be honest. Like, most of my legendary things have started this way. So if you're watching this video, just know you like in a position to be a part of something amazing that people will remember and talk about for the next couple decades, maybe more, right? But the push-up challenge that went insanely, went a little viral. It started with just me being out of shape, hitting up my man like, yo, can you support me with this? He like, yo, I'm kind of out of shape. And then we start posting it. And before you know it, 10 people was doing it. 50 people was doing it. Then I start telling people, listen, send me your push-ups on the video and I'll post them on my Instagram. And then before you know it, 100 people was doing it. 200 people was doing it. Then all kinds of other people started there, like, not wanting to be a part of the group, but at the same time, not wanting to miss out. They start you know, like doing their own push-up challenges. And so it kind of got a little crazy, but you know, it was everywhere, you know, to the point where, you know, RFK was posting his push-up sets on Instagram. And, you know, so that was a thing. The 40-day fast, that also kind of started, you know, that at one point was so popular, it became my identity. But that started with me overeating. You know, me and a brother Diallo, we in a vegan restaurant in Chicago on the road on tour doing lectures. And this vegan restaurant had so many delicious items. I'm talking about they had everything. Lasagna, spaghettis, with the meat sauce, you know what I'm saying? Like cheesecakes, chocolate cakes. They had everything. Oh my goodness. I ate literally everything that I could have. I bought 2 or 3 days worth of food because I thought we was going to order and then leave. And then we wound up sitting down. I ate all of the food that I had purchased for the whole weekend. I ate it right then. And then I ate the food of the people that was with me that couldn't finish their food. Like, it was crazy. And my man Diallo, who I would eventually help him to lose over 100 pounds. I eventually went on to help him lose more than 100 pounds because he was really big. That's one of the things that got him interested in us. But he was like, and I guess his weight made him more conscious about weight. His weight made him more conscious about weight. And so I want to say that he was calorie sensitive at the time. And so because he was calorie sensitive, he was like, listen, I cannot in good conscience introduce you places as a health speaker and watch you eat like this. It is crazy. You know what I'm saying? You got to do something. You got to go on a diet. You got to fast. You got to do something. So from there, I went home, and then you know how I do. I was the same even then. This is 20 years ago. I was the same even then. I went home and I wrote up a whole book detailing the whole way to like systemically, like every 8 days. I created a discipline where every 8 days it got just a little bit more strict, right? To the point where by the last, like the 5th phase, you know, you're almost on a completely liquid diet. So yeah. It got, you know, it got popular, you know. My man Diallo, his wife's from Africa, and she was doing something with a women's movement or maybe a church at the time. And they happened to have been in Chicago. No, they happened to have been in Ohio at the time we were starting it up. He's from Chicago, but he lived in Ohio. And they were visiting at the time when I introduced this thing and woo, woo, woo. So they go back and they take the 40-day fast with them to Africa. Me and him just being, you know, just being netchers, right? We just netchers talking crazy. We get it to a competition thing where it's like, okay, it's going to be Philly versus Chicago versus Ohio, my hometown. They won in, New York once in, before you know it, Dallas, Atlanta, and you know, like so it got crazy, right? It got crazy. So what I'm saying is, if you're watching this video, maybe not live, maybe within the first, you know, few days or weeks of you know, us initiating this movement, you're in position for the next Who knows? This might just be a series of good classes, good information, and we move on. But I'm just saying, looking in hindsight, the most impactful things that we've done, the most infectious things that we've done has started out this way, right? But this has a lot more structure than those things, right? Even though this kind of just started like on its own. I will say that the religion, the culture that we're creating has a lot to do with it, right? Inspiration, you'll see, plays a very intricate role in what it is that we have going on, because I don't know if everybody has had a chance to really read and digest and study. Actually, let me knock it off. You know, sometimes I just need somebody to be like, Inky, will you knock it off? Inky, will you knock it off? Because yeah, it might be a little disrespect, not intentionally disrespect, you know, like, but I could be delusional a little bit. Let me not say disrespectful, but I could be delusional, right? So there's no way that people have had time to have an in-depth study of the Codex, right? There's no way. Respectfully, right? Knock it off, Inky. Nobody is at. You just keep slapping us upside the head with more and more books. Now you coming with a whole 15-week college level biochemistry. Like, this is, come on. You know we don't have time to study all this material, right? I get it. But what you don't realize is just you trying to keep up, right? Like, you might feel like you're the slowest person in our digital class, right? We have a digital class. We have a digital church, right? You may feel like you're the slowest person in our digital temple, but you don't realize that you are learning 1,000 times more than the people who are not with us. You just don't realize it because you're submerged in our movement. So you don't realize how fast you're going, how fast your mind is traveling, as opposed to John Q. Public that, you know, they just watching, like, I don't know, Baddies Unleashed, or, you know, I don't know what the reality TV show world looks like right now. I can't tell you the last time I saw a reality TV show. I'm not big on those. You know, I try to keep up with some stuff so I can keep up with my children and stay conversationally, you know, hip, and then be kind of loosely aware to what's going on in the world of politics. Even though I got some good friends that, like, stuff's going on, they, you know, but other than that, I stay submerged in this information. So the culture of inspiration is built on a couple of main ideas, right? A couple of main ideas is that water is the most healthiest substance in the universe, right? Water is the most healthiest substance in the universe. Point blank, period. There's no challenge to it. It's nothing that even comes close. Protein drinks, hydration powders, you know, wheatgrass. There's nothing that comes close to water, right? And then there's oxygen, right? And God intended for us to live like water and oxygen. Like, that's the diet plan. Like, those are the macros that, you know, like, those are the macros. There's oxygen, there's water, and there's sunlight. Those are the macros, right? Those are the main macros that we're supposed to be focused in on, right? And so for some of you, that may sound like, okay, this is where Inky, but I promise, if you take a little bit of time to study, you will see, when you learn how the human body is designed, that what I'm saying is not only incredibly factual, it's so factual though that you're not going to believe that it's not everywhere on the internet. Like, you're not going to believe that it's not like 1,000 people that have been saying, like, you're not even going to believe it. It's going to seem like miraculous. So there are a couple of main things that we want to get across throughout the next 15 weeks, right? And one of them is that melanin is anabolic, right? So in the world now, where everybody is going steroid crazy, right? Everybody's going steroid crazy, right? And then, you know, the doctors and the pharmaceutical companies that make the steroids felt like they lost so much of the market. They lost so much of the market share for steroids that they came with the TRT. Like, listen, people going to use steroids anyway. Only thing is, we're not getting none of the money. We might as well put our marketing campaign together and get some of this steroid money. Boom. So now they rolling hard with TRT. Right? Especially for the post-steroid abusers whose testicles and kidneys no longer work, right? The TRT to the rescue, right? And then also the larger group of people that they're tapping into, which you don't know, is the diabetes, the high blood pressure, right? That is the larger customer base for TRT. Right. So on the internet, the TRT is promoted by the muscle heads, right, as an alternative to steroids. But the actual larger customer base for TRT is the type 2 diabetes people. Right. And who are the type 2 diabetes people? Right. Just saying. Right. The high blood pressure people. Right? The high cholesterol people, right? Now, we know everybody is suffering type 2 diabetes, high blood pressure, cholesterol, especially in the American diet. America is the sickest country in the world, right? The sickest country in the world with the highest risk associated with having a baby in America. That's crazy. That's insane. That is insane. The baby mortality rate in America is crazy, right? So we have literally the most unhealthiest country with the most unhealthy culture, but we like banging on our chest that we're the wealthiest and we have the best educational system and blah, blah, blah. I would argue that if nobody is healthy, there is no such thing as wealth. I would argue that we obviously have the worst educational system if people don't know how to be healthy, right? So we have to unravel some things that have been upside down, right? And this is a large one. I'm going to repeat it. Melanin is anabolic. Melanin is anabolic. Now, mind you, that's us. That's just one of those things that's melanin versus diabetes movement, inspiration, religion, culture. Like that's one of those things that's ours, right? Melanin is anabolic. You'll see that will get stolen. Folks will attempt to steal it and go, right. Maybe not so fast, like, because they're gonna wait to see how, I deliver the facts, or maybe they at home right now, like they watching right this second, like Google demons. They got the like, is melanin anabolic? So, but again, it's the institutionalized racism. I know a lot of folks, tired of hearing about that, but it's just a fact, right? The people may no longer be racist, but the institutions and the textbooks and the studies and all of these things that we've accumulated for the last 300-400 years are. And so there are a lot of blind spots, especially when it comes to biochemistry. Especially when it comes to biochemistry. The entire biochemical foundation has to be flipped upside down. This is why there are a lot of instances where you melanin dominant people are just at the worst end of disease statistics. We're just at the worst end of certain types of disease statistics because the ignorance surrounding how our bodies work is higher than everybody else's, right? So in America, 99% of the population is ignorant of how the human body works, right? That's just, the numbers tell us that. There's no disputing that. But for the average American, the information on how their body works exists. They just aren't going to get it. For the melanin dominant people, studies aren't there. Studies aren't there. The information does. So there are people that may be curious and they want to find out some things. The information doesn't exist. So that's kind of how, that's like why we exist, to create those studies, to write those books, to write those white papers or scientific articles that say, here's electrogenesis. Here's the electrogenic theory of health and metabolic disease, right? Here's the aquagenic theory of health and disease, right? And I don't even, wait, we know about the electrogenic, but what is aquagenic? Doc, aquagenesis, that is a new term. That is a new term that we will be discussing this entire course. In fact, okay, Hotep Jesus at it again. Oh, anytime that I look at the StreamYard and I see like numbers that make me get a little scared, too many people listening, then I know I've been injected with digital performance enhancing. Yeah. We didn't have some performance enhancing injection. That's Hotep Jesus. Shared the video. We got 600 people watching the live stream, right? Yeah, that was like maybe lose my memory. No. We insane. But aquagenesis is something that we're going to talk about throughout the course of this. In fact, matter of fact, let me show you the cover of the textbook for the class. Let me show you the cover of the textbook for the class. It's not even available yet. It's not even available yet, but it will be. It will be shortly. It will be shortly. Let me show you the cover. Okay, and then matter of fact, it might be available by the end of this live stream. How about that? How's about that? Wait, is that the wrong thing? There we go. Boop. Bop. All right, so this is the cover of our CourseWorks textbook, if you will. Right, our textbook, if you will, respectfully. And you see this formula over here? Is that big on the screen? Can you see that? That formula right there is going to be a large part of what we discuss. Yeah, that formula right up there. Let me show you what I'm talking about. This, right? Where you see O2, just in case you don't know what this actually says, right? O2, right, which is an oxygen molecule, right? O2 plus 4 electrons, right? This right here is 4 electrons. And this right here is 4 protons, right? So usually electrons are highly respected, so they get their own signal, but protons are not really so respected. So protons get violated, right? Protons are written as hydrogen ions, right? So when you see that positive hydrogen ion, remember, that's a proton, right? So this formula of O2 plus 4 electrons plus 4 protons gives you 2 drops of water, 2 molecules of water, not drops. You got to watch me. Yeah, 2 molecules of water, right? That is going to be a very important formula throughout this entire 15-week discussion, right? That's why it's on the cover of the book. That's literally why it's on the cover of the book, because that is going to be a very important part of this discussion, right? Aquagenesis, right? So by the end of, maybe not even by the end, right? At some point, aquagenesis is going to click in your mind. And when I tell you, when this clicks in your mind, you're going to be like, it's going to be like one of those movie moments where like 1,000 thoughts all of a sudden comes together. And you're going to have a whole new respect for the term like holy water, right? Holy water is going to take on a whole new meaning in your mind, because you're going to realize that the most pure water on earth is made in you. Yes. Yes. In a healthy body. You doing it. Yeah. Most of it by your heart. And think about that. Think about that. That is something crazy to think about, right? In fact, why that's so relevant to this conversation is literally the more fat your body puts away, the less water your body is internally producing, right? The less water your body is actually internally producing, right? So that's a whole thing, right? So that's going to be like we'll probably return to that like every day, every other day, because there's so much biochemistry built on top of these like fundamental truths that melanin is the key molecule of your body's anabolic system. That's number 1. Number 2, inspiration. The purpose of inspiration is producing pure water. Pure water. Pure water and fat are ops. Pure water and fat are ops. You're fat because you're dehydrated, right? Now, I'm going to tell you, I might try to find a picture even. I may even try to find a picture, but I've been down to 6%, 7% body fat. That's not somewhere I want to live at. But what is my problem? Just so you know, like, because if you go on this journey, chances are you have some sort of problem that you'll be working on and that you'll be studying this information to help you out with. Even if it's just to lose weight, or maybe you got to take 7 medications. You'd like to be down to 3, if possible, none, but whatever, like you got something you got going on. What I have going on is that I know too much. That is my problem, right? So my problem is that I know too much. So it makes me lazy. You know what I'm saying? It makes like Tom Brady done copied off Ryan Reynolds. He done got him a soccer team and they had a little success. They won a championship, and then the next game they got blowed out. It's kind of like that. You know what I'm saying? When you win, you can't help but drop the ball a little bit and get lazy. So me knowing how to like really nail down, like really just get rid of, like drop weight, like almost, no, not even like a boxer. I say better than a boxer because boxers aren't really that good at dropping weight. Boxers seem like it, but they're not. Boxers are good at dehydrating themselves. Most of the 90% of the weight that boxers lose really quick, or fighters in general, just to make weight, is just water. They're just playing around with water. That's not like long lasting weight loss, but I'm really good at it. And so because I'm really good at it, it puts me in a space where I could like go through a period of time where I'm just like a bum, living like a bear, preparing for hibernation. And then when something happens or I feel something strange, or like last January, I broke my leg, put on a whole bunch of weight, you know what I'm saying? Like it'll spark, like, okay, snap out of it, bro. But now that I'm getting closer and closer and closer to 50, right? Things aren't really like snapping back that quickly, right? So, there's that, but there's some fundamental truths that I understand about weight gain and weight loss that if more people knew, it'd be way easier. And then also they go against what everybody's out there teaching, which is the reason why it's so hard to get good basic information, because you would think in 2025 with Gronk and Gemini and Chat GPT and all the other AIs that I never heard of, and just the search engines that we forgot about now that AI, like with all this information, with all these platforms and weight loss gurus, and everybody's telling you on their page that every other page doesn't know the main, you need more protein, you need less protein, like all these different things. Much of what we're going to discuss is not on any of those pages, right? Because the majority of what we're going to be discussing is aquagenesis, right? Aquagenesis, the creation of water in the body, right? In relation to fat loss and muscle building, which makes us a unicorn in the conversation. We're going to be discussing the melanin system, right? In terms of being anabolic. Unicorn. There is no one having the melanin is the master anabolic switch in the human body. White, red, Chinese, European, Switzerland, Germany. It doesn't matter who you are, what your background is, blonde hair, blue eyes, it does not matter. Melanin, the melanin system, the melanin molecule just is a small. Here's what's confusing about melanin. Melanin is a tiny molecule, right? But the best way to understand melanin is the little pipsqueak of the family. Melanin is the little tiny guy that talk crazy, reckless, disrespectful. But melanin's doing that because melanin got like 25 big sisters, 45 big brothers, 87 cousins, right? So this little tiny pipsqueak with thick glasses on just be talking reckless and crazy, but it's because like the whole army with nukes and, UFO, like whatever weapon you could think of, that's the thing. And so that's the whole thing, is that melanin as a pigment is like not even like a fraction of the melanin story, right? Melanin as a pigment is like 1% of the melanin story, right? Melanin as a pigment is like the final step in a whole entire system, right? It's a system. It's a body-wide system. It's a whole entire body-wide system. And ignoring this system has created a wide variety of issues and problems. So those are some of the more unique aspects to what we're going to be doing over the next 3 to 4 months, right? Over the next 3 to 4 months. What are some of the benefits of drinking regular water as opposed to structured? Okay, that's a great question, because much like a lot of what's going to be going on in this course, we're going to be eliminating popular misconceptions, right? So you there is almost no such a thing as drinking structured water. You can't drink structured water. You can't drink it. So there is no comparison between drinking regular water, right? And whatever that would mean. Regular water could be tap, spring, artesian, distilled, purified, like, versus structured, right? Because structured water is more like Jello, right? Structured water is more like Jello. So at best, you'd have to eat it. Yeah, you'd have to eat it. And it wouldn't maintain its structure through digestion. It wouldn't maintain its structure through digestion. So even if you was able to eat some structured water, right, your body would break it back down, into liquid, and then it would have to run its course through your body. And then, somewhere in the middle of the journey, when it reaches a cell, whatever cell group that is would have to restructure it into the water that it needs, intracellular, extracellular, or wherever that water is going to wind up. Right. But often water takes on a whole bunch of different forms throughout your body before your body gets rid of it. Right. It's broken down and put back together a zillion different times, a zillion different redox reactions. So, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that's a good question right there, because we're going to go through a lot of different, we're going to break down a lot of misconceptions. Right. And so I think one of the biggest things is just learning what fat is. Right. So a lot of this stuff that we're going to be doing throughout this 15-week course is stuff that I give my one-on-one people. Right. So when people book one-on-one sessions with me, I tend to give them stuff that I don't give the public. Right. But this past year, 2025, a lot of the stuff that I've been putting in the books and stuff that I've been saying online is stuff that only my one-on-one people would have, just because I feel like I'm getting to a place where I got to get this stuff out to the masses. Right. So a lot of the inspiration for inspiration, or the inspiration to inspire, has come from the need for us to get this information out to the masses. Right? It has to get to the masses. All right, so let's look at the intro. Let's look at the intro, right? Because today's orientation, so I want to go through the intro. I don't know how long these classes are going to take us to. That's the one thing I'm also really worried about, is trying to figure out how many hours a day are we going to be doing this work. Because I wrote it in the world of rich abs and poor abs, right? So it's ready for a young filmmaker to come see me, right? Or one of these folks that's creating TV series and all that. It's already scripted out. It's ready. Like, we ready to go to other spaces with this information, right? But there's a day class and a night class, and I'm hoping that I could do a full day in a day, like in a couple hours. You know what I'm saying? Like, go through the information. I'd like to keep it to 2 to 3 hours, but it is possible, because I haven't you know, and I'm long-winded, it's possible it could get a little crazy. So that's why I'm saying it's written out 45 classes, 15 weeks, but it could easily be, you know, so I'm saying it's written to be 3 months, but it could be, you know, who knows? It could be 6, right? But I'm going to try to go through it at a pace, and then you guys will have the book, the text, you know, the associated books, because obviously, you know, there's going to be some associated books, but you'll have the material. Obviously, the Codex is one of the books, right? But you'll have the materials, and then, you know, you'll be able to keep up as best you can, move at your own speed, right? But I'm going to try to do this before the American New Year. And yes, the American New Year, because our New Year is July 13th, right? Did y'all get y'all calendars? Did y'all get y'all star books, the star chart book, 5125? Okay, you might need to get that book. Yeah, you might need to get that book. All right, okay, let me figure out where I'm at with this intro. Okay, boop. All right, now let's try to get through this. Okay, so we have our course description, right? We have our course description. Our class breakdown, right? Delivery mode, hybrid, applied lab, virtual lecture, movement practicum, right? That just means we'll be online, but there's going to be some things that you have to obviously do at the house. There's going to be a lot of things that you need to do, right? There's going to be a lot of things you need to do. Course description. This advanced seminar explores the bioelectrical, biochemical, and mechanical properties of adipose tissue in modern humans. Far from a passive storage depot, fat is redefined here as a living capacitor, one that stores not only energy, but trauma, pathogens, and lost electrical coherence. Students will study the collapse of metabolic rhythm through the lens of electrogenic inhibition, a newly proposed mechanism where viscera-bound lipid accumulation disrupts current flow across tissues, fascia, and neural axes. The course combines molecular biology, endocrinology, biophysics, and movement science with direct metabolic application. Through readings, labs, and guided physical resistance training, students will design and implement a personal or clinical protocol to reverse visceral fat dominance and restore the Christ current. It's life or death. Course objectives. By the end of the course, students will be able to define the melanin system as the primary anabolic system, define fat as a voltage buffering system, and analyze its effects on redox balance, map the infiltration of adipose into organ systems and its impact on signal transduction, interpret key metabolic signals, melanin concentrating hormone, pro-opiomelanocortin, leptin, ghrelin, lipokines, and cortisol, quantify fat in joules and track ATP water yield from fatty acid oxidation, demonstrate the impact of resistance and piezoelectric exercise on intracellular hydration and mitochondrial efficiency, evaluate the role of structured breath and pigment in liberating fat-bound charge, apply theories of aquagenesis and fascia entrainment to restore biological rhythm, Evaluation criteria, participation, movement and reflection journal, 20%. Weekly Jewel lab reports, 30%. Midterm essay, 20%. Final essay, 30%. Now, those things won't matter. Those things won't matter unless you want to be a melanin wellness coach, right? So there will be a certification. You know, if you want to be a melanin wellness or melanin health coach certified, those things will come into play. For the people that's just trying to get healthier and make some personal changes, you don't have to worry about that part, right? You just need to get the material and study and do your thing, right? Okay. Required text: the electrogenic inhibition theory of death, the Codex of Living Current, the 15-week course, and then we have some primary supporting texts, which is the piezoelectrochemistry, the photochemistry book, the glymphatic system book, and the Declaration of Independence book. And there are a couple of other prerequisites: the pump and iron and bioelectricity books being the other prerequisite. Those are things that you should have already read before the course, right? Those are the things you should have already kind of consumed to some extent. All right. Now we're going to continue with the intro, right? We're going to continue with the intro. But I'll let y'all look at me instead of the intro for a little while anyway, right? I think y'all prefer looking at me than the intro. Like, no, Inky, we prefer to see. We want to read along with you, right? We wish you had the little bouncing ball that you could put on the screen so it could. Here's the little, I wish I had the little bouncing ball. No. What if everything you knew about addiction, muscle building, fat loss, glucose metabolism, sleep, diabetes, and cancer in general was wrong? Of course, everything can't be wrong, but if it's built on a false premise or foundation, it's out of here. If it's built on a false premise or foundation, right? So I'm saying that to say there are people that look amazing, right? Most of the people nowadays that present themselves on platforms are surgically, enhanced, or they are chemically enhanced, right? Like the most two viral people on the internet right now, it should be no coincidence. Like, I don't believe in coincidence, but for the people that do believe in coincidences, you have to know that the odds mathematically on two most viral supplement sellers on the internet having the same name is almost like a zillion to one, right? A zillion to one. In fact, these two guys are so good at going viral and selling their supplements that most people don't even know that these guys are supplement sellers. Like, these are, when I say the herbal hustlers, see, y'all always think I'm talking about other black folks. When I say herbal hustlers, you got to get out of this black, you got to get out of this thing. But I'm talking about the Brian Johnsons, right? The Brian Johnsons, the two most viral supplement sellers in the health and wellness universe, right? Yes. One Brian Johnson calls himself the Liver King, right? And he made $1 bazillion selling his supplements, right? Which is basically different organs from different animals and testicles and all that, powdered and put into capsules. And he's selling his supplements by basically promoting his body and his exercises, like pulling cars and doing this and that to go viral. And people go, oh my God, he looks amazing. He's so strong. I'll take 3 of those bottles of whatever he's selling, right? Then it comes out that he's on steroids and he denies it. And then boom, the proof comes out, bam, he's busted, right? So that's Brian Johnson, the Liver King, steroid guy, right? So obviously the paleo ancestral program is not that good, because otherwise he wouldn't be on the steroids. Then you have the other Brian Johnson. Now, even less people know this guy's actual name, but he's the technology guy, right? And so most people know him as the guy who's so rich. He's like the Tony Starks of health. You know, everything is done by the computer, and he sleeps in the cryo machine or the hyperbaric thing. And he's got the, like the whole futuristic blah, 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 blah. And he's aging backwards, and he's 60, but he's got the body of a 15-year-old, all this kind of crazy stuff. He's going viral, right? But he's just selling his supplements, right? Going viral, selling supplements. He also is using steroids, including some advanced steroids that are like epidermal steroids for his skin. And, he's got a whole bunch of stuff going on, right? But I'm just saying that to say, like, get your money, do what you got to do. But people need to understand how the body actually works. Now, for the people that don't care and you just want to go get the surgery and take the drugs, this course probably won't be for you, at least not initially anyway. Because what happens is people get really disenfranchised, disappointed with their drug chemical decision when they realize that after the surgeries and after the chemical enhancements, there's a point where those things run out, and then you have to come back and see somebody like me, because you're going to have to make some changes. So if you got the money and you're investing the money because it's your business, or you're going to make it a hustle, like you're going to buy you a new body or take the drugs or whatever, do your thing. Like, just know there's a point where, like, you got to come see somebody like me. In fact, Will Tennyson is funny. He did a video with this guy, and the guy lost like 100 pounds. And so the guy is building up a massive internet following because he lost 100 pounds. But the guy is taking like multiple, like a whole bunch of different drugs. And the craziest thing is that in the middle of this guy's drug stack, because he's explaining what he takes to Will Tennyson, right? Will Tennyson's like the most popular exercise guy on the internet, right? And so he does all kind of crazy stuff. Like, he'll go to the most fit town, and then he'll go to the most fat town, and he'll just interview certain, so he's interviewing this guy. And the craziest thing ever, I want to say about 15 years ago, maybe 18 years ago, right? Speaking back to Diallo Morgan, he books me for a lecture in the back of a barbershop, right? There's a barbershop. I don't even know if it still exists, but there's a barbershop at the time in Ohio, where the front of the barbershop was like the barbershop, and then the back of the barbershop, they had converted to like a hair salon. And I'm not going to say like a speakeasy, because there was never like no alcohol or nothing like that. But it was almost like the healthy version of what a speakeasy would be. So where a speakeasy would have like weed, cocaine, and alcohol, in the back of this barbershop, they had like vegan salads and smoothies and, like inky stuff everywhere. Like, so it was that kind of vibe. So I remember this, like, because at the time they were just experimenting with synthetic melanins. They were just experimenting with synthetic melanins. And I had, like, I'm breaking it down to the people. I'm like, yo, y'all don't really understand how valuable your melanin system is. Not melanin, your melanin system is. How many things in your body it regulates, how much it's costing us in terms of, premature death and disease, and like how much the ignorance of this is costing us. But, it's people that see it. Big pharma, they know it. They hiding it from people, so they know it. And what they're trying to do is roll it out, not in terms of information and education for the people, but in terms of synthetic drugs to, whatever. So anyway, why homeboy had the exact one that I was telling folks about like 15, 20 years ago as a part of his muscle building. Yo, hold up. I got to try to find that joint real quick. Just real quick. Let me try to find this joint. Just because I think we need to, like, I know y'all like, hold on, we need to see that. Like, we need to see that. So after these messages, we'll be right back. I am the mind, but not the brain alone. I am the sum of fields. I am the choir of cells. I am the memory of transformation. For know this, disciples of Christ. Each cell is a temple. Each cell a well of water, a scroll of fascia, a current of breath. And each cell holds a magnetic field born of the currents within. Ions flow, electrons spin, light pulses, energy transforms, and with each transformation, information is born. Energy does not move without leaving a trace. Voltage across membrane births magnetic field. Movement of charge weaves electromagnetic memory. This is the sacred law. When energy transforms, information emerges. Every mitochondrial pulse a record. Every ion channel flicker a signature. Every breath. Okay, here we go. Okay, so the guy on the left is the guy who is having like the whole fitness, weight loss, right? The whole weight loss journey, and he's doing this thing, and he's going to develop a massive following, right? A massive following. And it's kind of similar. It's kind of similar to what I was saying the other night. Somebody hit me up and was like, yo, y'all was hating on Dion. If you don't watch our Comedicine on Tuesday nights, you probably missed the episode, but we were talking about Deion Sanders, right? I know y'all probably remember when I predicted, like Deion would have certain issues after his amputation. This was maybe 2-3 years ago. Deion Sanders had the amputation, and I was like, listen, the health insurance companies, and we spent a few months discussing how the health insurance companies predict your death. And one of the things was like how they monetize diabetics, right? They monetize you. You represent a certain amount of money per month that they make off of you. And as you move from diagnosis to death, there are different phases in your value to the medical industry. Right. So when you like first get diagnosed, there's X amount of money they know they're going to make from you per month. Then that goes on, and it kind of gets, as you need more medication and more services, it grows. But eventually, you get to a point where maybe you need an amputation. Now, an amputation, they know, okay, this is when the death window begins at your first amputation. Right? Because you have, on average, between 3 to 7 years to live. So when Deion had his amputation, was like right in the time where we were having this conversation already, and Deion had started promoting Kentucky Fried Chicken, oddly enough. I was like, we all love Deion. I love Deion. I think Deion is one of the most, like, we're talking about athletes. Yeah, I know I'm a LeBron fan, but we just talking about athletes. Dion is top 3 easily, maybe number 1, arguably number 1, top 3 easily, right? But with that being said, I was like, these laws are just, just the way the body, like you can't get around this. So in a few years, we will see Dion back in trouble, right? But Dion has his money, his network, his contacts. So Dion may not fit into the 3 to 7 window where me and you, we don't have the money or the contacts or even the value associated with our name that Deion Sanders does his, right? So anyway, fast forward, Deion Sanders just had a press conference talking about, the fact that he almost died because he had a bladder cancer or tumors in his bladder that almost killed him. But within the nick of time, he found this he figured, he went to check out what was going on with him, and he just miraculously got this doctor that knew how to remove his bladder and build him a new one from scratch. Can't make this stuff up, right? So that totally validated, unfortunately, that prediction, like, 3 to 7 years, we'll see Deion in trouble again. Here it is, maybe not even 3 years, right? Or maybe just about 3 years. Boom, here's Deion, or maybe less, 2 years, something like that. Here's Deion almost dying, right? But again, like I said, his money, his name, those things saved him. Because John Q. Public, I promise you, John Q. Public is not going to have somebody that's able to remove their organ and build him a new one from scratch. Like, that is crazy right there, right? But there are people that watch that and they were like, and here's where that story that I'm telling y'all and this story of this guy that's overweight kind of come. There are people that watch that and go, oh, Deion beat cancer. Deion may even slip up and say, I beat cancer. But I just want to be clear that that is misinformation. Having your organ removed or having the cancer removed or having the cancer radiated is not beating cancer, right? Beating cancer is when your immune system is able to kill the tumor, the cancer cells, and restore health to your body naturally, right? Having radiation is radiation. And if you got cancer, I'm not like saying don't get radiation or don't have the surgery. If you have cancer, you should be doing everything. Get the radiation, the surgery, the holistic, vegan, goji berry. Like, you need to go all the way in. Like, whatever your heart tell you, that's what you need to. It's no, but what I'm saying is it gives people the wrong perception, right? So how that segues back to our guy over here with the melanin injections that's losing weight. And he got a whole bunch of stuff, but he's building a following, losing weight. And this type of thing is what contributes to this whole drug-induced mania that we have in America. The drug-induced mania, right? This is why the title of the video, it says society is insane. That is a part of this course. I need you to learn that our society is insane. Like, that's a part of this curriculum. Because if you learn that part, the rest of everything else that doesn't make sense will begin to make sense, right? Because we're investing trillions of dollars into people being able to take drugs to build muscle that their body can't contain. We're investing billions and trillions of dollars into people being able to take drugs so that they could eat in ways that their body is not designed to, so we could continue to do unnatural things, which is making us unhealthy. And we're getting these drugs and stuff. And the drugs only create the illusion. It is an illusion. It is an illusion. It is an illusion. And it's crazy because, there are a lot of people that disagreed with the whole transgender movement, right? There's people that are really for promoting transgender. There's people that's really against transgender. And then within those groups, like there's a lot of people that's in the middle. That's kind of like, well, I don't care if they do their thing, you know, they don't mess with me. You know, I'm cool with what, you know, like whatever, like, but then there's variations and different arguments and nuances in that space, right? What's crazy is that some people that are for transgender are against these like steroids or weight loss. Like it's just crazy. It's just crazy how these things are, you know. So I just think that as long as there's transparency and honesty, like we can get America back to a healthier place. But if people that have cancer cut out say they beat cancer, that's confusing. If people that say they lost 100 pounds, they didn't really lose 100 pounds because they're taking, you know, $1,500 worth of drugs every week to lose the weight, and they still have the crazy unhealthy habits. Like, so we're going to look at a couple of things in this video, because actually I want to show y'all the melanin drug, and then I want to show you what this guy eats for breakfast on his weight loss journey. And then you'll see what I'm saying, what society is insane. Okay, so here's our guy, right? Here's our guy. Now check him out. When he walks out from this picture right here, when he walks out, he does look amazing. Watch this. Watch. So this is the beginning of the video. And now bang, look, that's the same guy. That is an amazing transformation, right? So let's stop the video right there. If you see this guy, right? If you see that guy all of a sudden turned into that guy, that is an amazing transformation. And if you're at home and you're looking for help losing weight and you want to be healthy, and your purpose of losing weight is not because you want to be in a bodybuilding contest, but your purpose of losing weight is because you want to live a long time and be around to see your grandkids, and you know, you want to be able to please your wife or your husband when you're having sex, or your significant other, whatever, you know, like you just want to be healthy and enjoy life. When you look on the internet, right, you're going to go, oh man, look at this guy's transformation. He clearly has to know, like, yeah, I'm tapping into this because I want to do that. I want to do exactly what he did right there. How many months did that take him? He did that in less than a year. Oh yeah, I need that info. Send that up. I want to do that. Right? I want to do that. But what you may not know, right? What you may not know, and this is a lot of these guys on the internet, right? This is a lot of these guys on the internet. And so this is where it's really important to know that we're in a crazy society, right? This is what is behind the scenes. Now, this guy is incredibly honest and transparent about what he's doing, right? So this is what you need to take away from this. This guy is honest and transparent about what he's doing. But 99% of the internet is doing this, and they're not showing you because that's the hustle. That's the hustle. They're doing this. They're doing these drugs. They're doing these surgeries, but they're making their money. And these stuff is expensive. What he's getting ready to show you is probably at least $3,000 or more worth of stuff. He's probably going to show more than $3,000 worth of stuff, right? I would go to say maybe even close to maybe $5,000 worth of drugs he's getting ready to show you. But the people that are doing this, spending this money, they view it as an investment because they can turn around and get a contract for health clothing companies and promote clothes and make their money as an influencer, off their body. Or they could promote protein or this thing or that thing, and boom, it's going up. I'm taking AG1, I'm taking AG1 a day, and then look how amazing I look. Like, this is the other side, right? So before we even get into our 15-week course, you have to know this is why America is so sick, because our health people are sick. We have an epidemic of the uninformed learning from the misinformed. The uninformed learning from the misinformed. And so people aren't getting healthy. What they're doing is buying drugs and surgeries to cover it up. So let's look at this real quick. Now he's going to break these down. But I just want to show you the one that I was talking about. Boom. Do you see that right there? Hold on. You see that right there? It's blurry on the screen, but this says melanotan. This is synthetic melanin. MELANOTAN. Melanotan. Just hopefully you can see that one right there. Boo. Yeah, melanotan. Let me see if he shows a closer up picture of it. Boom. There it goes. Nice and clear. Melanotan. Right? So I'm just saying, there's a reason, and you got to understand this. This goes to the core of what it is that we've been doing all this time. This goes to the core of how we blew the roof off of diabetes when we realized that insulin is not the main hormone associated with controlling your metabolism. And so the whole hunt for insulin to be able to fix diabetes is a witch hunt. Insulin focus can't never heal diabetes because insulin ain't the one. Melanin concentrating hormone is the one. Melanin concentrating hormone is the one. Like that's just the whole diabetes. And I done wrote 100 books on it and exhausted it 1,000 videos, blah, 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 blah. So we're not going to go into that, but I'm just saying your anabolic system is just like your energy system. Your anabolic system and your energy system are like basically the Oreo cookies of the fat loss system, or like the wafers in the Oreo cookie. So think about an Oreo cookie, right? You got the two chocolate, like the bread parts, the wafers, and then you got the white cream in the middle. The white cream in the middle is your fat loss system in your body. The wafer on top and the wafer on bottom, great analogy because the two wafers are black. Really good analogy. But the two wafers are your anabolic system and your energy system. Your energy system is 1,000% regulated by your melanin system, and your anabolic system is 1,000% regulated by your melanin system. And the fat system is just right in there in the middle, the white creamy filling, right? So having, like, Inky, you got a serious Oreo addiction. You got some problems, Inky. Why? Nobody else would make an anabolic or fat loss analogy out of an Oreo cookie. Listen, I never told y'all I wasn't working on me. I'm working on me. That's how this all comes about. The misadventures of Dr. Inky. But these are facts nonetheless. These are facts nonetheless. So we got to get this education because nobody else will invest the time or the money into creating curriculums that break down these things that science has just drove by, right? There's a time where we in the racist, Dred Scott world, and our institutions are built on that. Post that, science is already kind of established and doing its thing and healing some folks and making some tech and making, advancements. And so it's like, all right, cool. We just going forward with where we got from where we at. And it's like, there's like a premise in science that even if some stuff is correct, if we get down to the foundation and find that there's a faulty premise, it's our scientific duty to kind of tear down this stuff up here. And the reason why we have such advanced science, such educational tools at hand, but we literally have the worst health on earth is because we left the basic understanding of how our body works. We left that in Africa. We left that in Africa because I don't, you just say what you want. Charles Darwin, you debate it away. You figure it out. Debate it in the comments or on your page. Wherever you have those conversations, because those conversations are, to me, less relevant and less important than where we are as a people now. Right? Chinese, black, actually Chinese people, they're not really dealing with what we're dealing with so much, but everybody else is. Chinese folks kind of in shape because Chinese folks is like really following the Bible, like where the Bible says be in this world, but not of it. Like Chinese folks have not really adapted to the modern, they still very traditional. You know what I'm saying? Now, Chinese people that become Americanized, and they join the family of sickness. Here, you get this medication, get this pill, that pill, but no, they have some really good traditions, Oriental folks. And so, but it's crazy that certain places that were blue zones, especially like Japan, when they got rid of their traditional like rice and seaweed diet, they lost their blue zone status and they start picking up the diseases and stuff like Americans. So society is insane. And let's look at this, because I want y'all to understand this guy is just one in a million, not because he's the only one taking all these drugs to transform his body, just because he's the only one that's honest about it. Because if people are honest about the drugs, then they can't sell the products, right? Because if people look at Chris Bumstead and go, okay, Chris Bumstead, you look amazing, right? You look amazing. But if he's promoting the steroids he used to look like that, nobody would be interested in buying the protein powder he's selling now, because he done retired from bodybuilding and he's making all his money or the most of it from selling his protein. And when he sells his protein, the whole idea is, no, taking this protein is how you get amazing looking like this. But he didn't get looking like that from the protein. He got looking like that from the injections. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah. Okay. And wait, did you see what was right next to the synthetic melanin? Wait a minute. We gotta pause on that. Look at what's right next to the synthetic melanin. Hold on. Boom. You see that one right there? Wait, hold on. Let's get it clear. There you go. Look at that. You see what's right there next to the melanin? Glutathione. Right? So trust me, when we had these discussions, y'all gotta know this. We cold with this. Right? Okay. But let me show you something else. I just want to show you. Is this it right here? Maybe this is it. Okay, yes, I think this is it. I need you to check this out. Okay. We got to see what my man is eating every day. Now, you know, he's in the bodybuilding universe. So obviously in the bodybuilding universe, he's going to be doing the same thing that the rest of them are doing in terms of the eggs and blah, 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 blah. But I need y'all to check this out. This is what I'm saying about, this is a prime example of what I'm saying. Society is insane. Now watch this. Look at that. Look at that. You see how much syrup he putting on that oatmeal? Did you see that? Did y'all see that? There's more syrup in the oatmeal than there's oatmeal in the bowl. We might need a little volume on this.
Very, very delicious. It's all good.
Dude, you're joking.
What do you mean? That's...
Dude, that's a joke. That's a joke.
No, I'm serious.
No way.
Every morning.
No way.
Yeah, dude. It's 0 calories. This is the only food thing I get to eat all day. I enjoy it.
You know the virus in Last of Us? That is how.
Every day, because it's 0 calories. That is not possible. Listen to what I'm telling you. That is not possible. That is not possible. And I know you're like, well, hold on, Inky. It is possible for that to be 0 calories because I probably have some of that in my kitchen right now. What I'm saying specifically is not possible is not that that syrup is not 0 calorie syrup, right? What I'm saying is that the implication of the statement is impossible, right? And here's the implication of the statement. The implication of the statement is that because this syrup is 0 calories, I can have as much of this syrup as I want per day and it not affect my health in a negative way. See, this is the other thing. One of the other things you have to understand. The addiction circuit in the brain is also a part of this system. So as we're learning that the energy system and energy regulation in the body happens through the melanin system, that the anabolic muscle building system, regenerating and healing and all that happens through the melanin system, you also need to understand that addiction happens through the melanin system. So if you're addicted to cheese doodles, pornography, alcohol, cocaine, heroin, sugar, cigarettes, all of that happens through this same system in your body. And when you understand that all of these things, addiction, energy maintenance, anabolism, when you understand that all of these things are regulated through one system, it starts to be almost sinister. It starts to become insanely profitable even to keep people in the dark. So I'm trying to paint as fair a picture as possible, but when you learn that this one system in your body controls all of these various functions, it's not that far a jump for you to see why it would be profitable for people to not understand this. Because then we can make the things that break your energy metabolism system down addictive. And the thing that you would do to fix your addictions or your broken energy metabolism system is a part of this system. So we need you to be ignorant of that as well, right? And we need you to be ignorant of the fact that these things are related. Like, all of these drugs, Ozempic, this stuff works through your melanin system. The book, Rich Abs, Poor Abs, we kind of laid it out in that book, right? And went through and detailed all of the different cell types of the digestive system, how they interact with the microbiome and blah, 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 blah. If you don't have that book, you might want to get that book, right? But you gotta check this out. This is why I'm saying society is insane, because he wants to have a lifestyle, and this is everybody. We want to have a lifestyle where we could literally put this much oatmeal in a bowl and then put this much syrup on top of the oatmeal. And we want to be able to eat that every day. And we want to be able to eat that every day without gaining any weight. Yo, we want to be able to eat that every day and be fitness influencers. Forget about just not getting sick ourselves. We want to somehow teach other people how to be healthy as we doing that. And that's not even it. He put jelly in there after. Yo, wait a minute.
How it started, that bowl of oatmeal. That is like that's a hate crime in Canada.
Okay, well, after the syrup, then we move on to this incredibly low-calorie jam.
Oh,
Generous amount. What is wrong with you?
that's so gross.
This is like 30 calories.
But the
He put half a jar, 4 big heaping scoops, half a jar of jelly into the, so this much oatmeal, this much syrup, this much oatmeal, this much syrup with this much jelly on top. Our society is insane. This was what we trying to do. We trying to drink our 3-liter sodas, but we want to look like we eat grass all day, right? That's what we trying to do. So we taking the drugs, we taking the drugs. Then we go get our homeboy, our homegirl, come with me down to the juice bar. Boom. Let me get a wheatgrass. Let me get a smoothie. Pop, 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 pop. Take some pics because I just had my surgery. You know, I just got my new body. I just had them remove the fat from my stomach and put it in my booty. Or I had them remove the fat from my stomach and put it in the top of my back so my shoulders look, you know, like. Now I'm going to take these photos with the smoothie. Boom. When I throw that up, people are going to associate my body change, my transformation with the fact that they see me wearing, you know, workout outfits and this, that, and the other. Yeah, absolutely. Listen, you got a lot of the vegan people, the holistic, alkaline, raw vegan. Yeah, they eating the same type of thing. The only thing is that the vegans are going to do, the raw, alkaline, sabi, you know, they're going to have a bowl of quinoa, right? And what they're going to do is gloop up. They're going to have this much quinoa in the bottom, and they're going to load it up with this much agave syrup. You're like, oh no, Sabi said agave is good. Agave is not good. Agave is not good. Y'all are very confused about that, right? And because we're doing this video, we need to have these conversations. Let me show y'all. Let me show y'all so we could just kind of like try to put this to rest. Let's try to put this to rest. Let's go to the Google demons, in fact. Yeah, let's just go to the Google demons. Let's see what the Google demons say. Look at this. Look what I typed in. Agave syrup fructose. Okay? Just so that y'all understand this, right? Agave nectar is a natural sweetener derived from the sap of the agave plant. It contains a high percentage of fructose, a simple sugar. Fructose content. Agave nectar is typically between 50% and 90% fructose. End of story. This is the reason why people cannot get to where they need to get to, because y'all are getting incomplete stories with half truths, and you don't really understand how your body works, right? And, you know, we'll have 1,000 people watching today and we'll have 50 people watching tomorrow. Like, y'all got to understand, you got to be focused. If you're watching this, subscribe to the channel so that the content comes to find you. You need to get locked in. You need to get locked in. Subscribe to the channel. Jed School. That's what this is. This is Jed School, not med school. This is Jed School. You need to be locked in for this, because a person with diabetes will believe that agave syrup, right? First of all, agave syrup is expensive. So we have this thing in our mind that we pay a lot of money, it must be healthy. So we buy the agave syrup, boom. We check our blood sugar. Whatever our blood sugar is at, that's what it's at, right? And then we have one of them crazy oatmeals where we done loaded it up with agave, right? Or quinoa, whatever it is, right? Put your smoothie together. You done loaded up all these fruits and put all that agave in the blender. Boom. Now you drink it, and then you test your blood sugar again. Now, guess what? Your blood sugar's still good. You like, Inky don't know what he talking about. No, that's you don't know what you talking about. Your blood sugar test is only measuring glucose. Agave is 90% fructose. Fructose is not showing up on your blood sugar test. So now you think that the agave doesn't impact your diabetes because it doesn't show up on your blood sugar test. And you couldn't be further from the truth, because the fructose goes crazy inside your liver. And when it goes crazy in your liver, it's going to go, your whole fat metabolism is going to go haywire. Fructose is going to drive your fat metabolism haywire. And guess what fat metabolism does downstream? Fat metabolism boosts insulin resistance. So it doesn't have to impact your diabetes on the front end. It doesn't have to raise your blood sugar. What it can do is just raise the resistance of your body to insulin, which makes your blood sugar go up in the long run, worse than if you just had a little tiny bit of regular sugar. But we're not deep into trying to figure out how our body's actually working. We're just looking for shortcuts. People all the time. So, Inky, what sugar should I replace? Like, what sugar replacement should I use? Should I use date sugar, coconut sugar, brown sugar, turbinado, molasses, erythritol? What? I mean, I'm like, how about just no sugar? That's the best one. Just no added sugar. Like, just how about you just eat the item, whatever that item is. Like, that is the number one biggest health move you can make, is get rid of adding stuff into the food. Just try to go through a whole day of eating whatever it is you're eating. Just eat it with nothing else, right? Just eat it with nothing else. Don't add nothing to it. No condiments, no ketchup, no mustard, no seasons, no sauces, no sugar, nothing. Just eat the item. Immediately, you'll be done drop probably 800, 900 calories. You'll be done dropped almost 1,000 calories for some folks. But some folks add so much ketchup and salt and this and that. You don't realize it. You don't realize it. You don't realize what those other added things you're adding. Forget about what big pharma's doing. Like we talk about big pharma adding the chemicals and the fast food companies adding the chemicals. What about you adding the chemicals? Yeah, when you put that barbecue, that A1, that delicious buffalo honey, that honey buffalo, when you put that, that's what you think you're doing. Yeah, you adding the chemicals. When you eat your cereal, cornflakes, Cheerios, whatever, and you load it up with sugar or you put syrup, you adding chemicals in. So I'm just saying, this is just what it is. We can't get around this, right? So that's why I'm saying folks be insane. Society is insane. Society is insane, right? Y'all got the 40-day fruit fast book where I discussed tap water in that book. That book right there is all the proof you need to prove society is insane. Because Americans are the people who drink more bottled water than any other culture. We drink more bottled water than any other culture, and bottled water is the biggest scam. 99.9999% of people are scammed by bottled water. You need to just save your money and drink tap. Save your money and drink tap. And not because I'm saying tap is so healthy. I'm not saying that there's not drugs, chemicals, pollutants, whatever in tap water. But what I am saying is that when you buy a can of soda, that can of soda is made with tap water. When you go to the restaurant and you order a smoothie, your smoothie is made with tap water. The ice that you watch them scoop into the smoothie, that ice is made from tap water. Right? Your soda is made from tap water, your Minute Maid, your orange juice, all these items, your almond milk, your coconut milk, all these things is made from tap water. So you telling yourself you don't drink tap water, and almost every other drink that you have is tap water. When you go to Starbucks and you get a coffee, that coffee is made with tap water. When you get a tea, that tea is made with tap water. You drink tap water. But you're running around saying, I don't drink tap water, and then convincing yourself to buy a $3, $4, $5 bottled water. And then you got tap. It's like you drink tap water. Yeah, you drink tap water. So you drink beer? Beer is made with tap water. All of these drinks are made with tap water. Nobody's making drinks with artesian frozen, like, yeah, none of these drinks that you purchase are made with Fiji, right? So we're living in an illusory place where we're going insane. So this is what I'm trying to explain to you guys, right? Our society is insane. Once you understand that our society is insane, it's the uninformed being educated by the misinformed, and the illusion is realer than reality. Once you understand that that is the norm, if you decide to step outside of that insanity, you have to be strong enough to understand that it may be some naysayers. It may be some folks that wag their finger at you and be like, hey, I got a PhD. We got the most PhDs in the world right here in America. In fact, we're so arrogant with our educational system in America that when you come from another country, your education is not even recognized in America. You got to start school all over again. And we are the sickest country on earth. Yeah. So just saying. Only Facts Club. All right. Let's try to get through this so we can end this video, because we've been live for 2 hours and we still ain't get through. All right. Would it be crazy to find out that the same system that creates addiction to porn, heroin, also builds muscle? If the universal solution winds up being the key to premature death and disease, would that make you closer to God? Let me ask you this question. Do you know that Big Pharma is using influencers now? Longevity, holistic wellness gurus are promoting TRT, metformin, aspirin, GLP-1 drugs, etc. This is the new holistic naturopathic approach via the well-funded chemical activists disguised as wellness, holistic, or naturopathic coaches. Do you think it is a coincidence that there is a flood of amazingly fit vegans, keto people, and meat eaters? They are all showing you the proper workout, what I eat in a day videos, right? All fat. Everybody is loaded with caffeine, all meat. Meanwhile, they on steroids. Don't you think it's insane that they will admit that visceral fat is the problem while promoting you to eat saturated fat? Okay? That's another sign that our society is full of insanity, right? Visceral fat is a well-recognized threat to your heart and your brain. Heart and brain, number one, number two killers. All of these people would tell you saturated fat, you got a few outliers for clicks and views. They're like, no, saturated fat is healthy for you. Like, wait, what did he just say? Let me click on that video. They run it up the views. But for the most part, everybody's going to tell you, no, heart disease, you gotta cut down on the saturated fat, the saturated fat, and then folks are like, yeah, you got two types of fat in your body, and they break it down like they're really deep with it. Two types of fat in your body. You got subcutaneous fats, and then you have visceral fats, and the visceral fats are the ones that are really dangerous, and blah, 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 blah. And you got, they breaking it down. And nobody has ever told you the secret. It's like the secret in the Bible, right? And the Christians, the Catholics, all of the Bible folks, they don't like this. If you want to make a Bible person angry, start talking to them about vegan versus eating meat. They do not like this because it's a weakness. It's like kryptonite is built into the program, right? The Bible talks about photosynthesis and, anyway, so it gets to a point where in the Bible, they got some calamities, right? You got a flood. They get lost in the wilderness, right? And so God speaks to the people and, through their chosen, messenger, listen, eat these, right? Because in the first chapter of the Bible, God's like, no, you're just supposed to eat plants, straight vegan diet, bop, bop, bop. Later on, some stuff happens and God is like, well, listen, it's okay to eat these animals, but don't eat these animals. Okay, so it gives you a list of clean animals. You can eat these. Unclean animals, don't eat these. Nobody noticed that the clean animals is all animals that are herbivores. All of the clean animals eat plants. All of the unclean animals eat other animals. When you realize that you also are animal, you go, wait a minute. So am I a clean animal or unclean animal in the eyes of God? Because God said these animals are clean, these animals. And so these ones eat. We just leave that there. You guys can argue that out on your page or in the comment section. Just saying, that exists. We can't rewrite the book. It's too late. Now, the other thing, which is blatantly visible, right? To see, it's like that little fact, like it's in there, but people want to avoid it. When you get to the saturated fat and the visceral fat, the people that have these big platforms, they would tell you, well, you got the subcutaneous fat and the visceral fat. And out of the two types of fat, it's really the visceral fat that's really dangerous for you. And the visceral fat is the one that's going to kill you. And the visceral fat, you know, we've got to put together the blueprint and da 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 da. And I totally agree with it, right? The visceral fat is the dangerous one, right? But here's the trick. 99% of those platforms, if you split them down the middle, they're either promoting keto, which is a fat-based diet, or they're promoting, you know, just eggs, steak, and chicken breast, the meat-based diet, right? So they're both sides are promoting to eat animal, exclusively almost, exclusively animal-based diet, to the point where some of these folks will go as far as to say, don't you get caught eating no fruits and vegetables. Like I've watched some of these guys, Brandon something or other, and I'm like, yeah, if you want to lose weight, don't eat the vegetables and whoop, because they'll get you bloated and they'll store water and they'll do this and that and blah, 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 blah. Too much fiber. And I've heard all kinds of crazy stuff. So none of them tells you that visceral fat is saturated fat. Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. The platforms that promote that you need to eat an almost exclusively animal product diet. Just in case you don't know at home, animal products are the exclusive territory of saturated fat. Plant-based products don't have saturated fat. The only exclusion might be like coconut meat. Outside of that, no saturated fat in plants, right? Plants are saturated fat-free foods. Animal products are not, right? Animal products are where you get saturated fat from. That's the source of saturated fat. So listen to the insanity. All of these platforms, they will unanimously agree that visceral fat is killing you. But they will also agree that in order for you to get healthy, you need to eat an animal-based diet. Now, they may disagree on what animal, whether you should cook the animal, eat the animal raw, blah, 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 eat the meat portion, eat the fat portion. They'll disagree on how to consume the animals. But they agree that you need to eat the animals. Now, there's a new thing. What I was discussing with Hotep Jesus, we was arguing about this. People are now rubbing animals, like they're rubbing beef on, like beef fat. They're rubbing it on instead of lotion. Listen, listen. Somewhere there is a guy that got promoted because he came up with that. Somebody got promoted because of that. Somebody's like, wait a minute. They're in the slaughterhouse. They're realizing that they're throwing away tons of this stuff. And they're like, wait a minute. Instead of just putting this in the mayo, instead of just making mayonnaise out of this stuff, you do know we could charge 5 times the price than mayo if we call it lotion. Like we can have them rub it on. Yeah. The Americans will do anything. Yeah. And boom, boom, beef tallow. It's the newest anti-youth, you know, it's the anti-aging, you know. What I'm telling you though, Once you understand visceral fat is dangerous, right? Then you also understand that visceral fat is saturated fat. Listen to what I'm saying. Everybody watching this video right now owes me a Cash App. Send a Cash App immediately to $Minister Inky, or send me a Zelle at ministerinky@gmail.com. You owe me some money. I'm telling you, I just immediately added like 20 years onto your life when you get the realization of what you... Visceral fat, dangerous. Now go ask, if you don't trust me, right? Go ask a professor, a scientist, a doctor. Nail them to the wall if you have to. Don't let them, because they might try to dance and shake you on it. Say, hey, what kind of fat is visceral fat? They'd be like, well, no, visceral fat is visceral fat. You know, it's the kind of fat that's around the organs. Be like, no. I don't mean like that. I mean, like, what kind of fat is visceral fat? Is visceral fat unsaturated, or is it saturated? Like, when it comes to the hydrogens in the actual units, like, is visceral fat saturated fat? Yes or no? That's a game changer. They will try to dance. They will try to dance. But that is a big fact. Now, am I saying you should avoid all animal products for the rest of your life? No. But what I am saying is, if you're trying to lose visceral fat in a short period of time, you probably shouldn't consume visceral fat. When you're eating animals, you got to understand you're an animal. So animals have what? Subcutaneous fat, and they have visceral fat. Animals have subcutaneous fat. That's the fat that's inside their skin, just like you have subcutaneous fat, the fat that's inside your skin. And animals also have the fat that's inside of their muscles and their organs, their tissues and their glands. Just like you have fat inside your muscles, your organs, your tissues, your glands, even your bones. So the same way, it's unanimously agreed that diabetics with high blood sugar should cut down on the sugar. Folks with high levels of visceral fat should cut down on the visceral fat. Folks with high levels of visceral fat should cut down on the visceral fat. Let's go with the super chat. Let's go. I'm going to imagine that's $1 bazillion. Start it up. Start it up. Shout out to Ireland. Let's go. Listen, our society is insane. Realize that all these keto platforms and all these meat, blah, 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 all these platforms, they're not going to tell you, because most of them don't know. When they come on the internet and they tell you, oh, visceral fat is dangerous, they're repeating that because they heard that somewhere. They're not really doing no anatomical studies. They're not doing no physiological. They're not really getting busy. They've just created a large audience with their six-pack, right? And they got the muscles from the drugs. So now they got the muscles. They're using the muscles to build the audience, and they'll just surf through YouTube, find something interesting, and go, okay, let me talk about this on my page. And now, boom, they on there. Visceral fat. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Eat like this. Blah, 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 blah. Why do we follow what the bodybuilders eat when none of what the bodybuilders eat makes a difference? They're taking the drugs. It don't matter what they eat. You got bodybuilders. You got athletes that swear by, right? When we used to see Chad Ochocinco swears by McDonald's and Burger King. High level athlete. A lot of them is like that. The bodybuilders, forget about it. They all eating the same thing. Every single bodybuilder. White rice, chicken, red meat, eggs, oatmeal. Did I miss anything? Like literally, that's what the whole diet is. Did I miss anything? When it comes to time to actually get into a contest, they cut out the rice. Right? Let's go. Let's go with the super chats. Let's go with the super chats. I greatly appreciate these super chats. I greatly appreciate these super chats. Listen, I'm trying to tell y'all something. Matter of fact, maybe the Google demons. Maybe we need the Google demons. Let's see what the Google demons say, just so we can get confirmation. I know we need that nowadays. Does saturated fat come from animals? Does saturated fat come from animals? Look at that. See, they're going to violate and they're going to throw plant sources up in there. There's only one plant source for saturated fat, and that's palm trees, right? Palm trees. Palm trees is like living animals, right? So all stuff that comes from palm trees, So, no. Any sort of fruits, vegetables that you eat, none of those have saturated fat. There's no greens, no apples, oranges, pineapples, berries. None of that has saturated fat. But the Google demons are going to violate because the Google demons on payroll. The Google demons on payroll. So they're going to make it seem like palm trees and coconuts is all of a sudden the full variety of plants. But, you know, I said that when I mentioned it, though. We did mention coconuts, right? That is crazy. Hold on, I'm about to go get my charger. Okay, let's make sure the volume is right. It's the volume. Yep. Okay, we back. So, yeah. Get to the website. Get the free book, right? I'm sure everybody right now is trying to get the actual textbook for this class that we're getting ready to start. Let me see if it's available. Okay, it is available. It is available on Amazon right now. It is on Amazon right now. The book actually just became available. Bam. So you can go to Amazon right now and grab the actual book that we are working our way through. The intro, anyway. Yeah. This is the book right here. This is the cover. We're on Amazon live right now. You can go to Amazon. You see the 636 pages. You see the course description here when you go to the Amazon page, right? You see the course description. You know, we got it on the back of the book as well. All right, so let's continue to try to work our way through this without me blabbering off. Because, see, I'll be then start blabbering off, and then we won't get through the book. Right. Okay, so now we know about that, right? Now we know about saturated fat, visceral fat. Visceral fat is saturated fat. Right, now we know. Okay, doc, we got it. Yeah. So trust me, visceral fat is saturated fat. Okay, just look at the animal, right? The studies got to catch up. Listen, just use your own mind. Just remember, we in an insane society. You got to use your mind. When we eat the meat, the fat that's on the meat is visceral fat. Just think about this. There's two kinds of fat, subcutaneous, and then there's the fat around and inside your organs and your muscle, right? So when you get a breast, a thigh, an arm, a leg, the fat that is in that meat is the visceral fat of that animal. I need you to understand that. Okay, anyway. We talk about NEAT. Which is a very important thing that we need to talk about in terms of losing weight. Right? NEAT. Right? Let's go to the Google demons. Right? So you guys can get an idea of what NEAT is. Non-exercise activity thermogenesis. That's just a scientific term to talk about the collapse of society, right? I don't know how many of y'all remember I did a video series called King's Disease. And I was talking about in that video series how luxury is killing us. The fact that hunters no longer have to hunt and gatherers no longer have to gather. The fact that we had to invent a place called a gym to create a synthetic environment where we could work and do a thing called exercise, which basically imitates the actual work that we would naturally be doing, gathering or hunting, right? A synthetic environment to work our muscles and, convert energy to electricity, the old burning fat thing, right? Meat just means resting metabolic rate, right? How fast is your metabolic rate going when you're not going, right? When you're sitting down, like I'm sitting down right now, right? How many calories is your body going through? How many calories is your body going through as you're sitting down, when you're laying down, when you're asleep, when you're just making some food in the kitchen, or when you're on your way to work? How many calories are you burning in those moments, right? That is the bulk of how many calories you use a day, right? But we have several problems with the concept of burning fat. There are several inherent problems with the concept of burning fat, which contributes to our society's insanity and our overall health problem. Number one, which probably could be the biggest problem, is there's no such a thing as burning fat. Euphemistically, I still have to use the term in communication because most people don't really understand that there's no such thing as burning fat. Your body does not burn fat. Your body converts fat just like it converts sugar into electricity in order to recycle water and light. That's what your body actually does. So every single platform, every single book that has been built on teaching you how to burn fat is incorrect, because your body doesn't do that. Like never. Your body doesn't burn anything. Your body doesn't do combustion. Your body doesn't burn fat. Like those are non-facts. Those are non-facts in an insane world. And if you want to dispute that in the microcosm, because you may have been educated and this, that, and the other, and you may have some muscles and blah, 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 that's fine. What you can't dispute is the macrocosm. You can't dispute that we have 10 million different fitness influencers. We have 100 million platforms with these fitness influencers supposedly influencing fitness. And then we have a $1 trillion industry selling health products. So every year, the American population is buying trillions of dollars worth of health products to consume. It's not even counting the machines and the memberships and the weights and all, just supplements. $1 trillion on supplements, with more fitness influencers than almost the population. Like there's more fitness influencers than there is any other type of person working at any other type of job. There's more fitness influencers than there are police in America. There's more fitness influencers than politicians, more fitness influencers than sanitation workers, nurses, doctors. There's more fitness influencers than teachers. And we have the sickest country in the world. And the number one thing that every single fitness influencer is teaching is how to burn fat. So you have to say, when you think about this, you have to say to yourself, okay, how is it that we have all these platforms, all these people teaching how to burn fat, and we literally have the fattest country on earth? And before you say, because nobody's listening, because that's a lie. Gym owners are getting rich because they got plenty of people signing up, coming to the gym to exercise. When you go to your gym, it's crowded. You can't even get on the gym equipment because it's crowded. You got to wait and stand next to the machine to get on that. Hey, could you wipe that off real quick? You gotta wait online to get onto the machine and use it. It's crowded. You can't even get in the little jacuzzi. It says 8 people is the limit to get in the jacuzzi. It's already 11 people in the 8-person jacuzzi. The gym is crowded. If you go to LA Fitness and try to play basketball, you gotta almost have a personal assistant to get a game of basketball at LA Fitness, because there's so many people waiting on necks. It's like 15 nexes because it's crowded in the gym. Amazon is a book website. Go look up the history of Jeff Bezos' website. Amazon is a book selling website. Amazon is flooded with health products and books about the health products. So how is it, if all these people is teaching you how to burn fat, that we getting fatter? Simple. Simple. Because fat burning is not a thing. Woo! Listen, fat burning is not a thing. Let's go. Shout out to my guy Thanos. Shout out to my guy Thanos, I believe from Switzerland. So Ireland done checked in, Switzerland done checked. I might get my wrong. I think it is Switzerland. We getting the overseas folks is checking in with the super chats. You see this? Look, this is a reason why America's sick. Yo, our American folks ain't checking in with the super chats. Our people from other countries is checking in with the super chats. We gotta get it together. Sweden on the super chat. Ireland, America, y'all gotta do better. Listen to what I'm telling y'all. If all these people is teaching you the secrets to burning fat, the obvious has to be true. None of them know how to burn fat. Because guess what? Fat inside your body does not burn. There is no such a thing as that. So if people teach how to burn fat until the year 3 million AD, like, we still going to get fatter and fatter and fatter and fatter, because the subject matter of burning fat has nothing to do with how your body loses, shreds, shrinks, reduces fat. There is no such thing as that. We have to understand that. There's no biochemistry that supports that. Now, maybe a zillion years ago, when we thought the human body was doing combustion, so we got all of these fire metaphors. We got all these fire metaphors associated with the human body, because fires need oxygen to burn, right? Fires need oxygen to burn, and humans breathe oxygen. So it's like, oh, we must be a fire burning. Woo, 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 woo. Fires consume. Fires damage, right? We don't have any fire going. There's no fire inside the human cell. Inside the human cell is water. See, that's another thing that's insane. You got all these platforms, All these platforms is teaching you about structured water and Fiji water and spring water. And I got the best water, and the water in your cells this and the water in your cells that. And then they teaching you about burning fat. Last I checked, water puts a fire out. Last I checked, there's a fire. I put the water on it. The water goes out. The fire goes out. Our body is a water environment. There's no fire in there. There's no fire in your body. Water is in there. It's not fire. There's no fire in the human body. That's not a thing. Right? And so I've had some conversations offline with some folks, and they're like, yeah, but you know, it's really close. It's really close. When you break it down, it's really close because there is oxidation and, you know, so it's really close. I'm like, really close doesn't cut it. Really close doesn't cut it. And this is the reason why everybody's fat. Because what everybody's teaching is like, they got a lot of things that's correct, but it's built on the faulty premise. So it's not science. If all these programs, all these meal plans, all these exercise, this, that, all these different supplements and protein powders and all that is built on the idea of burning fat, the whole building got to collapse because there's no such thing as that. It's just like Santa Claus. In fact, burning fat is the fitness community Santa Claus. Burning fat is the naturopathic, the medical, the health community, whatever you want to put, one big name, because we can put the holistic folks, the naturopathic folks, with the bodybuilders, the athletes, the influencers, all of them can go in one group. Burning fat is Santa Claus. At a certain point, you got to grow up and realize there's no Santa Claus. There's no such thing as a big fat guy that comes down the chimney. Like a lot of us, we grow up in the neighborhood. We don't even have chimneys. We don't even have fireplaces. We got apartment buildings. We got fire escapes. We don't got fireplaces. We got fire escapes. There's no Santa Claus. I know some of y'all like, okay, so keep going. Like, that need to settle in. There's no fat burning. So part of the course, you know, we're going to spend a good amount of time actually going over the Krebs cycle. We're going to actually go over the Krebs cycle. The Krebs cycle is the same pretty much as the citric acid cycle, as the tricarboxylic acid cycle, right? We're going to talk about beta oxidation, right? Beta oxidation and the Krebs cycle are how foods get broken down and get basically fed to mitochondria. It's how your food becomes electrons, right? It's how the laws of physics get converted into subatomic, you know, how the laws of physics move on to the world of quantum mechanics, because that's another part of this conversation that we have to deal with. A part of digestion and, you know, weight and energy management is within the world of physics. A part of it's within the world of physics because we're talking about physical stuff made out of atoms. But then the other half of it, the more important half of the world of energy has very little to do with the laws of physics. It's quantum mechanics. Or if you want to go all the way back to Kemet, you know, the underworld of Asar, but we can just stay in our safe space and say quantum mechanics. Because once you get into electrons, protons, and photons, and phonons, because sound is a part of this, you know what I'm saying? Even though it's not discussed as much, but kinetic energy deals with the world of sound, mechanical stress and piezoelectric stress. That's the world of sound, right? So we might as well include phonons, right? So once you're discussing electrons and protons, which are the primary players in the electron transport chain inside mitochondria, we are now in quantum mechanics. We're now sub-atoms. Now atoms are no longer important. Now we are beneath atoms into the world of subatomic particles, electrons and protons. And when we're talking about using electrons and protons to recycle ATP, we pop out of the world of quantum mechanics, right? Look, we pop out of it and stick our head back into the world of physics. We back in the world of physics for a second. When we say the word ATP, yeah, we back in physics, right? Physics, ATP. Boop. ATP is a big molecule, right? Now, when we drop the ATP into the cytosol of the cell and we break down the ATP, right? We release one of the phosphates off the end. When the phosphate is broken, that bond is broken, light and kinetic energy is released. Light and kinetic energy, right? So now we're talking about what? We just splashed back into the world of quantum mechanics because now we're talking about photons and phonons. We're talking about light and sound being released from the bonds of the ATP. And that's the energy that the body runs on. So when we're talking about sugars and fats, we're in the world of physics. When we get to the end point of what we're trying to get from them, which is energy, we in the world of quantum mechanics. So people have comfort zones. People are uncomfortable having quantum mechanics conversations surrounding their cheeseburger. People not trying to get that deep, where they just trying to figure out, Inky, so am I supposed to drink the smoothie or the milkshake? Like, what? I'm not trying to get that deep. That's luxury. See, it's a luxury to believe you have the ability to not want to learn this stuff. That's a luxury. That's money. That's America making you believe that somebody else going to do it for you. Somebody else is going to be responsible for you. Somebody else going to tell you what the meal plan is that's going to work for your body. Somebody else going to work you out. They're going to take you to the gym and show you exactly which exercise. And when you don't feel like getting up, they're going to call you 600 times on the phone to get. That's luxury. That's insanity. Because when you get that disease, that's you alone. When your heart stopped, when that QRST crossed, when that Christ, when that resurrection stops happening, when that electromagnetic wave stops, when that stops, that's going to stop for you alone, chances are. Unless you like on an airplane that crashed, everybody die together, chances are that's a one-way ticket. And you're getting your own ticket. Yeah, they're punching single tickets. So you have to realize that there is a journey that you got to go on of exploration. You have to realize that, hey, your body's different. Yeah. And it starts with melanin, right? Yeah, we all got different skin color, but that's not the end. Like, that's not the end of our differences, right? Because we had differences before we even had skin, right? Differences start in the womb, right? First cell got fertilized. Then you got the three, the endo, ecto, meso, you got the 3 layers, develop into the embryo, blah, 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 blah. Our bodies are different. And now we're learning about microbiome. Microbiome controls majority of digestion. Well, guess what? Everybody has a completely different microbiome, which means that the same diet works totally different in everybody's body. That's before we get to the genetic on and off switches, because we all got different genes. So we got different processors of the food, and then we got different genes that those foods are going to activate or inactivate. So you really have to go on this journey of exploration. You gotta learn this information. And yeah, it's some physics you gotta learn. But then you gotta learn quantum mechanics, and then you gotta learn the interface. And see, that is also encapsulated in that formula. Let's go back to that formula real quick. Let me show you that formula on the cover of the book again. Let's go back to this cover of the book real quick. Right? You see this formula here. Right? This formula is a combination of physics and quantum mechanics. Right? Because you see this right here, oxygen. An oxygen atom is the beginning of the world of physics. The world of physics begins and ends with atoms. When you go below atoms to the things that make up atoms, like these, electrons and protons, that's the world of quantum mechanics. So this formula right here is physics and quantum mechanics based all together. So you have atoms being added to electrons and protons to make 2 molecules. That's 3 different things. You got atoms, you got subatomic particles, and then we're adding the subatomic particles and the atoms together to create 2 molecules of water. Yeah. Now this right here that's under there, we'll get to that later on, right? This right here represents the potential voltage and the mitochondria and some other stuff that, we don't need to get into that at this point. But we have to learn this information, because that's what the whole purpose of fat is. That's what the purpose of fat is. That's literally what the whole purpose of fat is. The whole purpose of fat is to do that, is to make that energy stuff. That's the whole purpose of fat, is to produce that energy, right? And I had a pet peeve, and I guess it's because, it could be, names are a powerful thing, right? Name is a powerful thing. So the name Inky, right? I wasn't given that name at birth. Later on, I changed my name to Inky, right? But because later on, I fell in love with the name, right? But I was given the name Inky as an insult. The name Inky followed me around. Like, there's something God put on me, kind of, because like the name followed me around for a long time. And I ran away from the name. Just so you understand, I ran away from the name because when I was young in my neighborhood, we smoking weed, we'd get together and have these book reading sessions, right? And so we're reading about the Sumerian gods and blah, blah, blah. And, in my neighborhood, I was known for, making trouble, fighting, I was that guy, you know what I'm saying? Like, but I could fight though, so I would, I could talk a little reckless sometimes, but from that universe, if you was going to be, outspoken, you had to be able to, back it up. So I could back it up. And then I had large families. So, so anyway, Enki in the Sumerian context, right, is known for two things. Enki is known for being the god of water, right? But Enki is also known for being the god of mischief, right? Because Enki didn't listen. Enki was the one that went against all of the other quote unquote gods because he wanted to save humanity, right? So he got the name of being bad because he wanted to do good, right? So anyway, because Enki was the one that was rebellious and didn't listen to nobody, that was like the running joke in my neighborhood. Yo, here you come with that Enki energy, and so that's just what stuck. People just kept calling me that, but only because they was like trying to call me the bad guy. You know what I'm saying? Because I always disagreed, spoke up, ready to fight. If you want to fight, I'm we can, we can have a little private, 30 seconds, 60 seconds, 2 minutes, we can do a round, You usually don't take more than a round to clear things up, But yeah, so the name stuck with me from them, you know what I'm saying? But I hated it, you know what I'm saying? And at a certain point, you call me that, I'll be ready to fight. Years later, I go have a naming ceremony. And in the naming ceremony, that name popped up amongst people that don't know me from my neighborhood at all. So I didn't know how, that was very spooky for me, how these people that had no connection with my neighborhood in any shape, form, or fashion, I had never mentioned it to them or anything, how that came back up. So, so the name kind of stuck around. So I liked it. Right. Once I learned about the water and just, my personal affinity for water and, I'm very much a water person. So anyway, said all that to say, right. Maybe I'm biased. Maybe I'm hallucinating this, who knows? Right. It could be any of those things. Right. But the science, once I share the information with you, then you have the ability to go check it out and verify or invalidate it, right? You can verify it or invalidate it. So all that said to say, I was always, it was like a pet peeve of mine that when we talked about the electron transport chain, nobody mentioned cytochrome number 4, right? The whole story is about cytochrome number 5. Right, the electron transport chain, the electrons goes in from the food and then it recycles ATP as cytochrome number 5. And that was the magic, boom, the magic. Yeah. And I'm like, wait, there's also magic at cytochrome number 4, where your body makes fresh water. Like your body makes water. Like it makes water. That's magic too. That's so I said all that whole long story to say I might be biased towards water because, I'm Enki. Right? But water might also just be the most important substance to life. See, that could be the other alternative. I could be biased, or water could be the most important substance to life. Water could be the missing misunderstanding surrounding fat. Right? Because that's another thing. Right? So let me show you this, what I'm saying. And we kind of talked about it the other day when I let Tika and Peyton pump me up to start this class. Because I was thinking we was going to start this class like in another week or two. But Tika and Peyton pumped me up. Then Tanai pumped me up. Then out of nowhere yesterday, I had 050 The Movement pop onto my page. He ain't popped onto my page in a long time. He's from a whole different side of YouTube. So I just knew, like, okay, this must be a sign from God. We have to start this conversation, right? So here's a big part of this thing. And it's funny, right? Because again, I don't believe in coincidences. So just know that this whole thing starts with pigment. So it's funny how we get to the human body and then we want to forget pigment even plays a role in this, right? So we have the sun. Whoop. We have the sun, right? Then after the sun, we have this thing. Photosynthesis, right? Photosynthesis. Now, here's what photosynthesis does, right? Because photosynthesis is the way that the earth makes food for animals, right? Before the animals start eating each other, right? The sun, photosynthesis. What is photosynthesis? It's the way that plants take carbon, right? Take carbon, one carbon atom, and they add each carbon atom to a water molecule. Right? Now, this is very important for us to understand this part here. This is photosynthesis, adding water molecules to carbon. I can't make this any more simple for you. Photosynthesis is adding water to carbon, adding carbon to water, adding carbon to water, water to carbon, carbon to water, water to carbon. This is why there's water in the food, because this is how it's made, right? Now, how do we get fat? How do we get fat, and what is the basic purpose of fat? When we're starting from this blueprint, forget about all whatever you think you know about whatever. We're starting from the single cell earth, like the basics of life, like how everything started it up. Yeah, started from the bottom. Now we here. Yeah, started. Not. Yeah, we put a little, started it up. Started it. That's super hood 101. Just roll with me. Started it up. So we got the sun, right? We got photosynthesis, right? We're hydrating carbon. Hydrating carbon. That is how we get our fruits and vegetables called carbohydrates. That's why it's called carbohydrates. Really not that much imagination went into the name. Water plus carbon. Carbohydrate. That's boom. That's that. Now, where did fat come in? Fat doesn't come from photosynthesis. Fat doesn't come from photosynthesis. Here's where fat comes in. Fat comes in because the plants, right? The plants do photosynthesis, right? But fruits and vegetables, that's made out of carbohydrate, right? Fruits and vegetables, they go bad, right? And the seeds of the plants, right? The seeds of the plants are literally in the carbohydrates. The seeds of the plants, which is the future plants, are in the carbohydrates, right? Trying to do this as slow as possible so we make this make super sense. Because remember, some of this information is out there, but some of this is our information. So you're not going to be able to find this in a journal or the Google demons. We are the first ones, right? I think it was Hov. He said, y'all want to take my flow and run with it? That's cool. I was the first one with it. Original. Yeah. So I want y'all to get this in the simplest possible way so we can understand this whole fat thing. So, son, photosynthesis. The plants are the ones that does photosynthesis. The seeds are the future plants. The seeds are put into the carbohydrates, right? But how does God or the random intelligence of the universe, whatever you're comfortable with, how do we get the carbohydrate into the seed? See, this when we get deep. These are the kind of questions that I was getting in trouble in grade school for asking in science. I was like, wait a minute. Okay, so hold on. So the plants die, right? But seeds are almost like immortal because you can have a seed forever. Like seeds last almost forever. As long as you like keep it in, like tucked away, you can have a seed forever. Seeds last hundreds. You could just have a seed forever. How does the seed last forever? And then when you plant it, how does it get like activated and grow into a plant? But the plant doesn't live that long. How is it that the seed lasts long? Just had these type of questions. So I want to know, what's the life part inside the seed? Yeah, what is that in there? How does that work? Right. So the seeds are put into the carbohydrates, right? If I go get an apple right now and cut that apple, it's going to be seeds inside the carbohydrate. The apple is a carbohydrate. Seeds are in the apple. Now, how do we get the carbohydrate, which goes bad? An apple goes bad in a few days, but the seed lasts. So how is it that we get the carbohydrate into the seed? God, Mother Nature, yeah, maybe you're more comfortable with Mother Nature. Mother Nature came up with this beautiful idea. Yeah. Because, and listen, this goes back to Kemet. See, Kemet figured a lot of this stuff out. And I figured out a lot of this stuff because I was studying Kemet. Yeah. When we go back to the first Christ or Christ, that mummy making process, the mummy making process is about removing the water from the body. If you remove the water from the body will last indefinitely. You just got to dry it out. Once you dry it out, it's no bacteria, nothing is going to get it. But you just got to make sure it's bone dry. Like it got to be super dry. So they use a combination of bicarbonates and sodium, and they get rid of all of the water. Right? And what's the other thing that we do to preserve stuff? Right? We use a Ziploc bag. Right? So you didn't know that the Ziploc bag has something to do with how Mother Nature does this whole little magic. Right? So here's the magic. This is how you get like the instant Kool-Aid, right? That's how you get rid of the water without getting rid of the water. You make fat. The carbohydrate doesn't go into the seed. What happens is this. Nature does this. It pulls the fast one. Nature gets rid of that oxygen. So now you have a new thing made out of carbon plus H2. So now these are fat units. Units of fat are the same as carbohydrate minus the oxygen. Because now that you take off the oxygen, this is no longer a water molecule. It's a ready to make water molecule. It's like having Kool-Aid powder. This kind of almost is juice, but you got to add the liquid to the powder. So this is like, yeah. Right? So right in here, I'm trying to give y'all the super duper secret. We ain't even go through the whole 15 weeks yet, and you automatically getting the super duper secret. Now we got to break it all down throughout the 15 weeks, but you're getting the super secret right here. You just don't know you're getting the secret yet because you don't know what you don't know. But after a few minutes, like if we could go 30 minutes into the future, you will realize that you're getting the secret right here to breaking down fat. In order to make carbohydrates into fats, right? In order to get the carbohydrate into the seed, into the future plant, it has to be packaged with a future food source. A food source that could last as long as the seed. And as soon as it's activated, it goes back to this. Soon as the fat is activated, it goes back to carbohydrate. Then once it's at carbohydrate, now we can utilize it and break it down and turn it into electricity. Because when we metabolize it, what are we going to do? We're going to get rid of this anyway. Boop, that's out of there. When we metabolize carbohydrates, we get rid of the carbon. So don't listen to none of them holistic folks telling you they carbon-based people on a carbon-based diet, because we don't use carbon. We turn that into carbon dioxide. We get rid of that immediately. What we're looking for is right in here. This is what we're looking for. Life is right in here, inside the water molecule, right? Because what we're going to do is take this hydrogen, right? And we're going to take the oxygen and we're going to separate them, right? We're going to break down the oxygen away from the hydrogen. Now, the hydrogen, we're going to split that into an electron and a proton. Just like at the electron transport chain. Electrons go in one direction, protons go in the other, right? We're doing that from the hydrogen atom. Now, the reason why oxygen is important is because oxygen is that number 8, like the ogdode, right? That number 8, something about that number 8. That number 8, that oxygen is pseudomagnetic. Oxygen follows magnetic fields. And guess what follows oxygen? Subatomic particles, electrons. So oxygen follows magnetism and electrons follow oxygen. So we use oxygen, we bring it in, and oxygen follows our magnetic circuit, right? So when we breathe in, oxygen attaches to iron. Iron has magnetism. The heart, which runs the whole circuit, is the most magnetic organ in the body. So it's a magnetic circuit. So oxygen fixes to the iron. Iron carries the oxygen around, and the oxygen carries the electricity around. The electricity is what we're cycling through the body for energy. Okay, we got 15 weeks to discuss that. Don't you worry about that. This is what you need to be worried about right here. The secret to the fat. The secret to the fat is adding oxygen. That's the secret to the fat, is adding oxygen. So, y'all don't realize that I've been gave y'all the secret 1,000 times. I gave y'all the secret 1,000 times. We have a little tiny book here. We have a bunch of little tiny books here. But we have a little tiny book here. And I go through this in a few different books, but we have a little tiny book here called Pumping Iron. Right? And some of y'all will be familiar with the name Pumping Iron from Arnold Schwarzenegger back in the days, but this is not pumping that type of iron. Even though this is about working out, this is about pumping hemoglobin, the iron in your pigment around your body, right? So that you can see the workout from a different perspective. When you're exercising a particular muscle group, you're increasing the blood flow into that area. When you increase the blood flow, you increase the oxygen. The more oxygen you get into that muscle group, the more fat you convert back into carbohydrate, technically, right? Technically, but not technically, but just think of it this way so you understand the process. You're converting this into an electric substrate that your body can break down through beta oxidation and the Krebs cycle, which is why we got to go into the beta oxidation and Krebs cycle, so that you can separate the electrons, right? This is why we have NAD and FAD. NAD carries electrons from carbohydrates. FAD carries electrons from fats, right? So we have NAD, FAD, right? But at the end of the story, it's about those electrons, right? And so once those electrons get to the electron transport chain, we're now in the world of quantum mechanics. Well, actually, we get into the world of quantum mechanics a little bit before that, in those cycles, right? And then we're recycling ATP, which releases light and heat and kinetic energy, right? But it starts with this process, right? It starts with the sun and water. The sun and water and carbon. And carbohydrates becoming fats, right? Because the plants, the carbohydrates, make the fats to store in the seed. That's the primary purpose of plants making fats, is to store those fats in the seed. This is why nuts and seeds have such high fat content. Yeah, nuts and seeds is like some of the fattiest food. Now, healthy fats, of course, because they're unsaturated primarily, right? So they're healthy fats, but they're fats nonetheless, right? They're fats nonetheless. So typically when you have a chain of fat, it's a long chain of carbon with a bunch of hydrogens attached, and you might have like 1 or 2 oxygens at the end of the tail somewhere. Yeah, you don't have it. It's not built out like a carbon where you're going to have an oxygen for every carbon. Carbohydrates have almost like an oxygen for every carbon, 2 hydrogens for every carbon. That's kind of a staple of carbohydrates and fats, right? But that's the difference between when you look at and you go, okay, well, carbohydrates is made out of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. And then you go, fats are also made out of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. What's the difference? The difference is the ratio. The ratio of 2 hydrogens to 1 carbon is the same, primarily. But what's different is the oxygen. Fats are like deoxygenated carbohydrates. And that's how they're able to last so long, because once you remove the oxygen, you technically remove the water. And now you got the perfect futures food source to go into the seed. And once the seed goes into the soil and the seed gets active, once some water goes onto it. Once some water goes onto the seed, it gets active, right? Because now the seed can open, the plant can come up, and now it can start absorbing carbon dioxide. right? Now it can start absorbing carbon dioxide. And some of that oxygen from the carbon dioxide is going to be used to turn that seed, that oil in the seed, that stored fat, into food for the seed. The rest is going to give back to the environment. And we're going to breathe that in. And we're going to eat the carbohydrates, and we're going to get rid of the carbon dioxide. And yeah, match made in heaven, right? Match made in heaven. But here's the problem what we forget. When we go all the way back to the top of this focus here, and we get rid of all this, now that we got this whole thing broken down with the seed and the fat and the blah, 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 right? The more oxygen you get in, the more you turn over the fat. Okay. We forget that this whole magic happens because of pigment. This was the missing information from Max Kleber's information. The magic of pigment. Now, different types of pigments perform different type of magic. But the one thing that all pigment have in common, whether it's a hemoglobin, myoglobin, melanin, opsin, rhodopsin, chlorophyll, zeaxanthins, whatever type of pigment it is that these are the types of molecules that interact with the subatomic world. That's what they do. They handle the subatomic world. Pigment. Pigment deals with the subatomic world. Pigment is the gateway. Pigment is the gateway between the spirit world and the flesh world, between the things that's energy and the things that's matter, between subatomic and atomic. Pigment is the interface. Pigment is the interface. It's the thing that merges the two worlds together. The world of physics and the world of quantum mechanics comes together in pigment. So your eyes absorb photons. Photons are in the world of quantum mechanics. But your eyes absorb photons and convert them into electricity, because that's what your body runs on. And those electric signals now can become patterns of ion movement, right? Now, when you convert electric signals or photons, right? When you convert photons or electrons into patterns of ions, ions are atoms. That is in the world of physics, right? So when I convert photons and electrons to patterns of calcium, sodium, chloride, potassium, magnesium, those are electrolytes. Those are ions. Those things are in the world of physics. Pigment converts those things. These are the transistors, the transformers, pigment. So pigment absorbs the electrons, the protons, the photons, the phonons, the sound, and converts those into some type of intelligible signal of atoms. And then the atoms can move through your body, right? The atoms can move through your nervous system. The atoms can send signals from the sites of pigment wherever, right? But that's what pigment does. So pigment is inside the plants, absorbing the sunlight, converting the photons and electrons to all the fruits and the vegetables, blah, blah, blah. And when we consume those things, we have to convert them back into the sun in order to use it. So we're replicating the sun inside ourselves. This might all be way too much for one video. I get that, but that's what we kind of do, right? This is why you got to stay in the course, right? 15 weeks of this, right? But that's what we're doing. We're replicating the sun, right? Because what is the sun primarily made out of? The sun is primarily made out of hydrogen. So all this stuff begins and ends with the sun. It all begins and ends with hydrogen. Just like your periodic table begins and ends with hydrogen. This is all a hydrogen story. Life is a hydrogen story. Our stars are primarily hydrogen. This is about hydrogen, right? In the mitochondria, we take hydrogen and break them down. A hydrogen is a proton and an electron. That's it. There are no neutrons in a hydrogen atom. This is why I'm still of the opinion that hydrogen atoms are not actually atoms. Because if you look up the scientific definition of an atom, it says proton, electron, and neutron. It says the nucleus of an atom contains some number of neutrons, some number of protons. So technically, by that definition, a hydrogen atom is not even really a real atom because there's no neutrons. Unless you're getting to deuterium or tritium, jury is out, right? But a regular hydrogen atom, like what you find in your water, there's no neutron. Just one proton and one electron. And this is what your electron transport chain uses. It moves electrons because protons follow electrons. Your body uses oxygen because so it's all follow the leader, right? It's all follow the leader. Let me write it up like this. It's all follow the leader. Let me write it like this, right? This is how it goes, right? Protons follow electrons. Electrons follow oxygen. Oxygen follows magnetism. Magnetism is glued to iron. Right? So this is what we got going on inside our body. Largely, this is how it goes. So this is why we're in and out of physics and quantum mechanics, right? Proton, quantum mechanics. Electron, quantum mechanics. Oxygen atom, physics. Magnetism, all over the place. Iron, physics. Right? Light, electricity, and magnetism is all over the place. Right? Some people say, oh, no, this is physics because we can quantify it at the 90-degree angle between the electric field and the magnetic field. What are the substances of electric fields and magnetic fields? Because if you don't have a physical item, you technically don't have laws of physics. That's like the basic rule in the law of physics. You need a physical item to apply. It's literally why it's called physics, because it's physical. Once it's not physical, right? Okay. So we might have went too far. You know what? I'm a chronic go too far. We might have went too far. But that's why we got 15 weeks. Right? We got 15 weeks. Okay. Let's go back. Let's get some sanity. See, I love this stuff. So when I start going, I'd start going. I'd be going. Right? So let's go back. Let's go back over here. To these basic units of fat. Carbon and 2 hydrogens. Right? And usually when you look at fat, it's going to be like a long chain of carbons with like hydrogens. You know, it's going to be something like that. It's going to be something like that. So that's why I say that's the basic unit. Different types of fat, it changes, but for the basic part, right? So what do we do? What do we do? When you exercise, you bring back in the oxygen. So from the earliest societies, when martial arts was a secret society, when martial artists were members of secret societies because it was secret information, it started with the breath. Everything, breath. Till you didn't realize what we were doing with this culture that we're creating, right? The breath, right? Think about these concepts. Think about what we've been spending a lot of time on. The God shoe. The God shoe. The God shoe is the God of what? The God shoe is the Kemetic God of light and breath. Think about what we spend the most time on over here in Dr. Inky world. The God shoe, right? Light and breath, right? Think about now, what we doing now. What are we talking about now? What is the name of the culture? What's the name of our religion? Inspiration. Inspiration. What does inspiration mean? Inspiration means to breathe. To breathe, to get the breath in. Why? Because when we get the breath in, the breath is is coming with the electricity. The breath is going to make that holy water, the pure water. The purest water on earth is made inside your cells. There's zero toxins, chemicals, plastics, none of that inside that water. The water you make. In each one of your cells, in each one of your mitochondria. And when you exercise, you speed up how much water they make. The more you exercise, the more water they make. That's aquagenesis. Well, how can we look up that word aquagenesis? You can only look it up in my book because I made that term up to describe this phenomenon. But is the phenomenon real? Absolutely. All you have to do is look up cytochrome 4. All you have to do is look up cytochrome number 4. And I already gave you the formula. The formula is literally on the cover of the book, right? O2 plus 4 electrons plus 4 protons gives you what? 2 H2Os. And cytochrome number 4. Now think about that. Think about that for a second. Because some of y'all been with me for a minute. Now, when we went to the Hebrew, I told y'all about that number 4 associated with blood, right? That when you realize that blood is made out of water, that's another number 4. I'm just saying. So that's just a Jew. If you don't know what we're talking about, just forget about we just said that. But just in case you was around for those conversations, right? That's another 4 as associated with the composition of blood. Like, so anyway, this is a real thing. When you look up cytochrome 4, this happens. Every single time we make ATP, we make water. And so the process needs to switch up. We need to realize there's no such a thing as burning fat, right? It's electricity. It's electricity right here. These 4 electrons in the middle here. These are the stars of the show. Because NAD and FAD are carrying these guys. NAD and FAD. Right here. Right? The star of the show. So, if we understood what was really happening, right? There's only one place to learn it because we're the only place that's going to teach it until the folks sneak watch. We got 1,000 people watching. They're going to sneak watch and steal a drip, right? But electrogenesis. Electrogenesis. This is what our bodies do with carbohydrates and fats. Create electricity. From that created electricity, we create water. We use electricity to make water to recycle light. And we might as well put sound in there. Yeah. And then we can put in parentheses kinetic energy for the people who want to find it in a textbook. You ain't going to find sound, right? What you're going to find, you're not even going to find photons, because what they're going to tell you is released from the ATP is infrared energy, as if infrared is not light. They're going to tell you infrared is being released and kinetic energy. So if you don't already know that infrared is light and that kinetic energy is mechanical waves, or what we use to turn into sound, because sound only exists in your mind. We take kinetic energy, moving energy, mechanical waves, and when it hits when it hits the sensors in the ear and the pigments and all that in there, then we convert that into what we know of as sound. If you don't know that when they say kinetic energy, you really believe that's something much separate than sound. It's really not, right? It's our body's way of recycling the source material. And the source material of our known universe is light and sound. It's light and sound, and that's what our bodies runs on. Right? Okay. Okay. So let's see if we can finish up this intro. All this talking, right? And we still ain't get through with the intro. All right. Well, the book is out. So if y'all want to stop listening to me talking, y'all could just stop listening to me talking and go get the book, because you're going to need the book anyway. So you can just stop listening to me and go get Melanin is Anabolic, right? And this is, the info is in there. Now, not everything that's in the class is in the book, because obviously we're teaching, right? So, all right. So we was talking about NEAT, right? And that's why I think I went crazy. That's exactly why I went crazy, because I was saying non-exercise energy, right? The calories that you're converting into electricity, right? When you're not exercising, like when I'm sitting down right here. And I always had a problem, even when I first started going, like when I first got my very first textbook from, who was the first personal training people I think I signed up with? I think the first personal training group I signed up with was NASM. And they was expensive as hell. I think I paid like $800 or something crazy to get into NASM. And they sent me the textbook. And I was like, one of the first things I started like, wait a minute. Everything is based on exercise though, because even when I'm not exercising, my non-exercise metabolism or my resting metabolism is based on my exercise. And they was like, no, that's not. And now all these places now is talking about NEAT. How do you boost your NEAT? How do you boost your resting metabolism? How do you boost your fidgeting amount? Because the amount that you fidget raises your metabolism. So I'm like, duh, that's what I said. But that's why we have a prayer system throughout the day. And our prayer system throughout the day is based on getting a little bit of exercise in, so that our NEAT or resting metabolism goes up through the roof. If you're doing it, right? Your resting RMR, your NEAT goes up through the roof. You ain't got to worry about fidgeting because you ain't need to fidget. You did 5 sets of squats. You done did 5 sets of push-ups. You don't need to fidget. You actually getting busy. Only for 60 seconds, right? But you still, that's adding up. All right? Okay, y'all get what I'm saying. Y'all get what I'm saying, right? We getting busy. That's how we boosting up the NEAT. We're boosting up the NEAT energy by actually exercising. All right. All right. So there's that. Then we talk about the observance system. Okay. So the observance system. Now, many of you guys know that over the years, building on what Robert Becker left us, building on what Dr. Sebi left us, we went ahead to take the research to the next level. And it took us a few years, but we went through each body part. And based on the function and how each body part worked, down to the cells and the membrane, like every little part, we found the electrical device that mimics that tissue or tissue group or cell or organ, so that we could create a whole new picture of the body in terms of electronic devices, right? To give people an easier way to understand the body's electric nature, right? And so we kind of still have our early drafts of that here, right? We have our early drafts of that here. Now in the books, we went further, and I try to include it in the books, the most up-to-date version, as a like an appendix in the back of the book, so you can kind of get the idea of your body, how it works as an electronic device. Yeah, and we go through, a few different ideas and prospects, and now from there, what we had to do was regroup the body parts into new systems, right? So we have a book on that, right? We have a lot of books, right? But we have a book on that, thick book. It's called The Blueprint That Builds Itself, right? So it has a lot of things in there, but one of the things that's in that book is the 7 systems that we have kind of reclassified the body into. And so with the subject matter of the course being that melanin is anabolic, obviously we're going to be looking at that system primarily throughout the course. Right? So that's what we're talking about when we're talking about the observance system. Right? That's what we're talking about. And the observance system is primarily composed of what would traditionally be known as the nervous system, the respiratory system, cardiovascular system, integumentary system, pigment system, electromagnetic interface structures like your eye, the pigments in your skin, pineal, etc. Right? And we kind of go through some other concepts. One of which we talk about beans again. We go back to beans being an amazingly perfect food, right? Elijah Muhammad was on to something with the beans, but he just highlighted like one bean, the navy bean, but beans in general. And of course, you could say it before I say it. You could beat me to the punch. We got a book on it. Right? But one of the things that's so amazing about books, right? Let me explain this. I mean, not books, beans. One of the things that's so amazing about beans was ahead of our time. Meaning, we're still figuring out stuff about beans, right? Now, remember that whole science that we just went through on the whiteboard, right? That was centered around plants and seeds. Beans are considered seeds. They in the seeds family. Beans and seeds is, right? So beans are magical. Beans are like edible seeds. Beans are magical, right? But when I say ahead of our time, for instance, I'll give you an example. Most of the platforms that teach fat burning, right? One of the staples is counting calories. If you're not tracking your macros, there's no way you're going to be able to lose weight because you're not tracking your macros. You got to track your macros, right? And so tracking the macros is basically understanding that carbs is 4 calories, right? Protein is 4 calories. Fat is 9 calories, right? Now, a bean is composed of protein and carbohydrates primarily. Beans like low-fat foods. But the tricky thing is, beans have carbohydrates that we just figured out doesn't fit into that 4 calorie. Like that doesn't apply to beans. You have carbohydrates that's in beans that are no calories. There are 0 calorie carbohydrates inside of beans. Then you have other carbohydrates in beans that are only 1.5 calories. They're not 4 calories. Why? Because we learned that fiber is considered carbohydrates. Some fiber is not digestible.
I am the mind, but not the brain alone. I am the sum of fields. I am the choir of cells. I am the memory of transformation. For know this, disciples of Christ. Each cell is a temple. Each cell a well of water, a scroll of fascia, a current of breath. And each cell holds a magnetic field born of the currents within. Ions flow, electrons spin, light pulses, energy transforms, and with each transformation, information is born. Energy does not move without leaving a trace. Voltage across membrane births magnetic field. Movement of charge weaves electromagnetic memory. This is the sacred law. When energy transforms, information emerges. Every mitochondrial pulse a record. Every ion channel flicker a signature. Every breath a waveform written into flesh. Thus, the magnetic field of each cell holds this memory. Not static, not frozen, but living, dynamic.
Okay. So there are carbohydrates, i.e. fibers, fiber that is classified as carbohydrates, but because our body cannot digest them at all, they come out in your poop. There's 0 calories. Then there is fiber that our body partially breaks down. So they only give us between 1 to 2 calories. Then there's fiber that your microbiome breaks down. So there's a whole different group. And then you got starches. Starches, there's a new classification for starches called resistant starches, which are a crossover between carbohydrates and classical starches. And your microbiome breaks these guys down, and they don't give you the same amount of calories as traditional carbohydrates. So when I say it, beans are ahead of their time, beans are composed of things that do not fit into the classical number, you know, like 4, 4, and 9. It doesn't fit into that breakdown, right? And then obviously you have the proteins, and protein has a high thermogenic value. So protein, it has the same value, but over time, depending on how much energy your body uses to break it down, it doesn't classify. So there's a time period where we didn't understand any of this science in terms of food science. Now we're learning things, and we have to reevaluate quality of food, right? So things like lentils and chickpeas and black beans and some of these have been elevated, where there's a time period where you could get a whole huge bag of beans for $2. Now the bean price is going up a little bit. You know, you got paid $2 a pound or something like that. Now beans are finally getting a little bit of respect. And you got, you know, people starting to get into the health space, learning that beans also have pigment, right? They're also pigment rich. This is why we have red beans, black beans, blue beans, white beans, green beans. Duh, it's pigments in the beans, right? So beans are a particularly low-priced powerhouse in terms of nutrition. So we do a little bit of talking about beans. But we do have a book. It's called Pulse of the Culture, because Dr. Inky is the pulse of the culture. You'll see. If you don't know, you'll find out throughout this course. There's things we discuss in this course that have never been discussed anywhere else on the internet will start popping up all over different places on the internet. But Pulse also is the broader category that beans and peas and lentils and all of those things are a part of pulses, right? So you think about how healthy pulses are, you say to yourself, wait a minute. Pulse also is so you saying they measure my heart in pulses? Sometimes you got to listen to Mother Nature. Be trying to tell, wait, we measure the heart in pulses. What is the best food for heart health? Just saying, right? Just saying, right? So we go through that in the intro. We talk about sodium. in water, right? We talk about sodium in water. We talk about fats. We go through breaking down the fats. What else is in this intro? Here's a good, okay, so this is also in the intro. This is also in the intro, right? This is also in the intro. So a lot of stuff is in this intro, right? When you get the book with the whole course in it, I'm literally going through the intro of the book. So if you think it's a lot of information, this is just the intro, right? Just EQing it. I'm just EQing it, right? Okay, so we needed to go through. Now, I wrote the book Electrogenic Inhibition because I wrote a paper on electrogenic inhibition, which is basically visceral fat's ability to block your body from producing electricity. And when you block the body from producing electricity, parts of the body die. They stop working, right? Just simple and plain. And the reason, so here's something that's important. The reason why fat is particularly sinister, the reason why it's so dangerous, is so dangerous because we need it. It's like, think about this. Nobody could be as dangerous to you. Like no stranger on earth could be as much of a threat to your life as your kids, as your mother, as your wife, as your husband, right? Nobody can get you like they could get you. Why? Because your guard is down. That's family. That's your girl. That's your baby daddy. That's your husband. That's this family. That's your son. You know what I'm saying? It's family. So you're not even looking at them to be, that's how fat is. We need fat. Our body is made out of fat. Our brain is 60% fat. Yeah, our cells is made out of fat. The membrane is made out of phospholipids. Lipids are fats. So we need fat. Fat is everywhere. When we start to lose fat off of our nerves, off of our neurons, right? The myelin sheath is fat. When we start to lose fat off there, that's how we get MS. And that's literally how you know the symptoms of MS. Because when you see people with MS, their body makes sudden movements. It's because they lose the myelin sheath around the nerves and the neurons. So their impulses, their electric signals don't go where they're intended. Instead of following the wiring through the neural networks where it's supposed to go, because the insulation is gone, right? The thing that blocks the electricity from leaving is gone. The signal could go anywhere. And they could be thinking of moving their hand, but they moved their head. Like, that's how it goes. So fat is very important. It's the insulation. Your body is electric. You can't have an electronic device without wires. And those wires have to have insulation or the electricity gonna go everywhere. So fat is important to the body, right? So it's not the same as a chemical or a virus. A chemical or a virus, your body has systems in place to easily identify and get rid of it. But your body doesn't really have defense in place to identify fat and get rid of it, because fat is a part of your body. You have an organ that makes fat. Yeah, your liver makes, metabolizes, breaks down, builds up. Your liver is the fatty organ. Your liver is the organ in charge of fats in your body. So your body doesn't really have a defense against fat. The only defense your body has against fat is oxygen, is inspiration. Inspiration. That's the only defense your body has against fat. Inspiration. That's the only thing. Inspiration. Inspiration is the only thing that your body can do. And when you say movement, moving only controls inspiration. So exercise, don't think exercise, because exercise would be useless if exercise wasn't your way to direct. That's the way to drive the car. I'm making the steering wheel signal without telling you what I'm. It's the way to drive the car. Exercise is the steering wheel for oxygen, for inspiration, right? When you breathe in, it's just randomly dispersed throughout your body, right? And you don't really have no ability to control the speed unless you focus your mind on it, right? Or you exercise. When you exercise, you naturally speed up your inspiration, right? You naturally speed it up. Now, if you exercise and focus on a part of the body, well, you not only speed up your inspiration, but you focus your inspiration in that part of the body. That's why that muscle group has a pump, because now that muscle group has much more blood in it because you're working the muscle. So more blood is in it. More blood is in it because that muscle group requires more oxygen. Why? Because I showed you already. The oxygen is there to metabolize the fats and the sugars into electricity and turn that electricity into water and then light. That's what your cell uses. Inspiration. This is what we're doing. Right? This is what we're doing. I just want y'all to understand that. Right? So,
I am the mind, but not the brain alone. I am the sum of fields. I am the choir of cells. I am the memory of transformation. For know this, disciples of Christ. Each cell is a temple. Each cell a well of water, a scroll of fascia, a current of breath. And each cell holds a magnetic field born of the currents within. Ions flow, electrons spin, light pulses, energy transforms, and with each transformation, information is born. Energy does not move without leaving a trace. Voltage across membrane births magnetic field. Movement of charge weaves electromagnetic memory. This is the sacred law. When energy transforms, information emerges. Every mitochondrial pulse a record. Every ion channel flicker a signature. Every breath a waveform written into flesh. Thus, the magnetic field of each cell holds this memory. Not static, not frozen, but living, dynamic, coherent when the temple is tended. And the choir of these fields across trillions of cells constructs the mind.
okay. All right. So, in that sense, right, what I needed to do was I said, okay, so we can't really have a detailed course or curriculum breaking down fat if the people will finish the course and graduate the course and not have a understanding of what is fat. All right. So in the intro part, the intro, we just kind of go through, right? We go through and we have a list of the different types of fats, right? Just so you have an idea, right? Because we'll be going through these throughout the course. We'll probably have to refer back to some of these things, right? Just so you get an idea, you know, as we breaking this stuff down, right? Because we don't want to break down some of these things. These are very dangerous, right? Now think about these guys right here. It's another one of those things that I introduced to the holistic community, and they said I was nuts. It was like, what is that? You just be making this stuff up. Because we was doing a 40-day fruit fast, and one of the sisters had asked me about cottage cheese. And I didn't know what she was talking about at first, but she was talking about, you know, like on the back of the thighs and the legs, you know. And I was like, oh, yeah, so you get that from kilomicrons. And they was like, what? What in the Star Trek is you? You take a look, it's in a book, The Reading Rainbow. Anyway, chylomicrons, but there's a bunch of different types of lipids, skin tissue, initiators, and just all different aspects of fat, right? Like these guys, it's not exactly fat, but it's considered because it's a big part of the conversation, right? Over here, cholesterol, right? And then from cholesterol, obviously we got vitamin D up in here, right? But then we go into the steroid hormones, right? Because the steroid hormones is made from fat. So, you know, we can't really have the conversation without realizing, you know, like all these things are important. And there's a lot of people that are on statin drugs because they got high levels of cholesterol. And they don't realize once you go on the statin and you stop producing cholesterol, you're going to need other drugs to replace these guys. Because now you're not going to be able to produce sex hormones and blood pressure, you know, hormones and just all of these other things, right? So we kind of go through some of these guys, right? And then we go through a list of the bad guys, which we kind of talked about yesterday, right? The different types of visceral fats, right? We go through those. And then we get into the basics of building muscle, right? Which is the other side, right? That's the other side. The other side now is muscle, right? It's funny how the body is designed in this way. You can store sugar and you can store fat for free, but you can't store protein for free. Protein, you have to earn the right to store protein. Listen to what I'm saying. You can store sugar and fat for free. If you sit down and eat, your body will store the sugar as fat, right? We've seen that. That's a basic part of life here. The carbohydrate, the plant, the seed, the photosynthesis. We got that. That's a basic part of life. But the protein, in terms of Mother Nature, the protein is considered luxury. Luxury, right? The protein is luxury. So you have to earn the right to store protein. Your body does not have any mechanism to store protein except as muscle. And you cannot store protein as muscle unless you stimulate excess amounts of electricity and produce excess amounts of water. And so you're not going to hear that anywhere else. That, wait a minute, you got to make extra electricity and water to build a muscle? Yeah, see, once you realize society is insane, the other stuff will make sense. Because I know I'm not the only one. Watch this. I know for a fact I'm not the only person who, when they find out that a muscle is 85% water, was looking at that like, because I was confused. I learned about muscle. What I learned was protein. Before protein, for my uncles and them, they was like, nah, you got to eat that meat. You got to eat meat. You got to get meat on your bones. That's how you build muscle. You got to eat meat. Yeah, you got to eat meat. Then science rolled in and the conversation got a little more, articulate. And so instead of eating meat, because back in the days, if you look like boxers, That's what boxers was. Some even there's a time period where American boxers and European boxers were actually paid in steak. That's how synonymous meat and muscle was. Boxers were paid in steak. Like they would give them steak and money. Yeah, I'm gonna pay you this amount, but I'm gonna give you this amount. It's just gonna be steak, and then this amount gonna be. And the boxers went along with that because they needed the steak to build up for the next fight. So yeah, like I'm just gonna take the money and buy steak with it anyway. So yeah, you might as well, yeah, just pay me in steak. So having cows was wealth, always been wealth. Anyway, the conversation gets a little bit more articulate, and then it's now is protein, right? So I, like I'm sure I'm not alone, was amazed when I found out that muscle is not only is muscle not half, it's not all protein, it's not even half protein, it's just a little bit of protein in there. It's like a tiny bit of protein in there. There's a tiny bit of protein inside your muscles. A tiny bit. Protein does not make muscles. It's a tiny bit of protein inside your muscles. 85% of your muscle is water. 85% is water. And then the part that's doing the magic, like the lifting and that's the mitochondria producing the electricity. So that's the electricity part is coming from, yeah. The mitochondria is doing the whole magic with the electricity. The mitochondria and the water. The water and the mitochondria is generating the power. The protein just like in there. Taking up all the credit. Hogging up all the credit. Like you working hard in the studio to make a song. You done made the beat. Your man done came in, wrote his rhyme. He done sang his rhyme. Woo, woo, woo. Now Puffy then came in there, signed y'all both to a deal. He dancing all in the video. Like he the executive producer, he the writer, and you like, hold up, you ain't did nothing, you ain't make the beat, you ain't make the rhyme, you ain't perform the rhyme, you ain't do nothing but take all the credit and all the publishing. That's what protein doing. Yeah, protein going crazy. Protein is getting all the publishing, the checks. Yo, protein is dancing all in the music videos. Yeah, that's what protein is doing. But when you look in the muscle is mostly is water. 80%, different places, different measurement. And I'm sure it changes person to person, but you ain't gonna never find less than 75 to 85% of the muscle is water. So now you're gonna go to this. You're gonna think, wait a minute, hold up, because what was that book Inky had? Because Inky had put out one of them books. Yeah, Inky had put out one of them books, right? Inky had put out one of them books, right? The memory bank book, the glymphatic system book. He had put out one of them books, right? Matter of fact, he put out a couple of them books. Because it's this book, and then it's this book, the bioelectricity book. Right? But in these books, we talk about muscle memory, right? And the medicine book. Where's my medicine book? That medicine book be growing legs. It be all over the place. In the medicine book, right? In the medicine book, the more nuclei, right, your muscle cells have, that's the muscle memory, right? Nuclei is where the information is interpreted in the muscle. So the stronger, more nuclei, the more mitochondrial biogenesis. So people with more bigger, stronger muscles have more mitochondria in their muscle than you do. Yeah, they got more mitochondria in there. So if he's lifting 10,000 pounds or he's doing strongman lifting a car, he has more mitochondria in that muscle tissue than you got in yours. If you just struggling trying to lift a 20-pound dumbbell and homeboy is got a truck he carry walking down the street with a 16 wheel, he has more mitochondria in his muscles than you do. All right? Mitochondrial biogenesis. The more you use the muscle, the more mitochondria you get inside the muscle, so you can produce more and more electricity and water. And the more electricity and water you produce, the more power you produce from the muscle. The more power you produce. Now, that's where protein comes in, because you need the structure. You need the structure of the muscle to be able to hold up under the pressure of the power you generate. So that's where the size of the tissues has to increase, because the tissues have to be able to deal with the power. And the power is about deformation of the tissue. Deformation of the tissue, like bending, stretching, warping the tissue when you move and contracting and relaxing the muscle. You're bending and stretching, right? Bending and stressing is mechanical and piezoelectrical stress, right? This is why your body is built in repetitive units, just like a crystal, right? Because when you bend, shape, stretch, deform repetitive units, you do what? You produce electricity, more electrogenesis. So all of the collagen and bones and things like that in your body are piezoelectric, because your body is based on making electricity, turning that electricity into water, using that water to recycle infrared and kinetic energy, aka sound and light, right? Okay. So we kind of go through the basics, right? Mechanical load, tension in the filament, like we do the whole, we do the whole classical, we do the whole classical, so that way you could translate, because I know over years I built up, it's a whole nother language, but you got to be able to translate, or people won't, you got to be able to sit down with the trainer. You got hypertrophy, time under tension, mechanical load. You got to be able to talk like that to them, right? And if you discuss the same thing with a doctor, they don't know that lingo like that. So to a doctor, unless the doctor is into working out, you have to have a whole nother conversation with the doctor. With the doctor, you got to talk about myokines and exerkines, which are the specific types of cytokines that your muscle tissue releases when you work out your muscle, right? So when you work out your muscle, there are signals, right? Your muscle packages electric signals so it can talk to the other tissues and tell them what to do, so that it can help the muscle function. Those are called myokines and exerkines. Those are specific types of cytokines generated by the muscles when you're using them, right? So doctors know that language. IL-6, IL-18, interleukins. They know that language. So by the time you go through the 15-week course, you'll understand inspiration. You'll understand trainer lingo, the doctor lingo. You'll understand the language of your body, right? You'll understand and be able to, be fluent. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm fluent in a few different languages. I'm fluent in doctorese. I'm fluent in trainerese, right? I'm fluent in biochemicalese, whatever, how we want to phrase that. These are all different languages, right? Quantum mechanics in the human body, physics in the human body. These are all different languages. And to really understand the human body, you kind of got to know, at least at the surface level, how to speak these different languages, right? Like in order to get by in New York, you had to know, hola, como estás, because there's so many different types of Spanish people. Mexicans, Cubans, Dominicans, lions, tigers, bears, oh my, like every type of Spanish person lived in New York. So you had to know surface level Spanish, or you couldn't live in New York. Like you couldn't work, you couldn't come up in New York in the 80s and not know, just, you know what I'm saying? Dígame. You know what I'm saying? Like regular, rice, arroz y habichuela con pollo. You know what I'm saying? You got to know at least a little something just to be conversationally, you know what I'm saying? Just to say what's up, how you doing? Now, depending on what neighborhood you live in, you might need to know, like bad words, bicho, maricón, puta, some phrases, so just so, somebody violate you. What? It's the same thing with science. It's the same thing with biochemistry. It's the same thing because when you hear the term biochemistry, that is, quote unquote, the science of how your body works, right? But when you hear anatomy, that technically could be qualified as the science of how your body works. The problem is anatomy and biochemistry does not speak the same language. An anatomist does not know the biochem. They speak in different languages. Nutritionists may not speak anatomy or like them 3 separate languages now. Right? These all different languages, but they all apply to the body. So to learn and understand your body, you kind of got to get a little bit of, you got to get a little bit of all of them just to be functionally illiterate. Like if we could just get America to a place where we're functionally illiterate of our body, we'd be Gucci. But right now, we like super illiterate. Like we don't even know the alphabet of our body. Like we can't read at all when it comes to our body. We have no idea what's going on in it. I'm asking people that make $1 zillion on personal training about the QRST complex. They have no idea what that is. Like, yo, I gotta look that up. I never heard of that before. I'm like, so how you running around here? Like, how could you even claim to know how to teach somebody heart health if you don't know about that? Because the whole purpose of your heart is that. The whole purpose of your heart is that Christ or Christ electromagnetic waves, that electricity produced from the AV to the SA node. That is the entire everything of your life. That binary current that goes from point A to point B. Yeah, this is an A and B conversation. See your way out. A and B. SA node, AV node, A and B conversation. That A and B conversation is the focal point of all exercise. Doesn't matter whether you're doing HIIT training, endurance training, resistance training, all of that's going to be marked by the breath, the heart rate. Some folks get into the zone. Oh, well, you stay in zone 2, you be burning more fat than carbs and this and that. So you got the comparison where, walking and swimming is better than sprinting and jumping rope. But, yeah. So over the 15 weeks, we're going to discuss all that too. We're going to discuss all that. Because you got to know all that, right? You got to know all that, right? So there's a little kinesiology. We got to throw a little kinesiology in there you need to know about. But all of those things come together in the science of understanding your body. Right? All of those things come together. So, yes, that I think is the last part of the intro. And look at that. 4 hours. Yeah, that's it. 4 hours. That's all we needed. 4 hours to cover the intro. Yeah. 4 hours, all we needed to cover the intro. We Gucci. I think we did good. What y'all think? I think we did good. I think we did good. God, Suge Knight would be proud. I don't even know how. I don't know how I somehow made Suge Knight proud in this video. I don't even know what my chat be talking about sometimes, but I am proud of the chat that we've cultivated, because now my chat be talking to each other. That's when you know you got a good chat. When the chat is so familiar with each other, that's when you know you got a real family. Yeah. Chat be talking to the chat knows each other. They in there talking about steak and gambling. That could only be a Drake or DJ Academics conversation, or Aiden Ross. I don't know how they got in there. How we got from muscles to DJ Academics and gambling. That is the problem. How we went from losing fat to DJ Academics, because DJ Academics is incredibly unhealthy. He drinks a whole bottle of liquor every video, every live stream. I don't even know how much longer he's going to survive. We may not even have DJ Academics for a long time, because he is trying his best to clock out. In fact, somebody better order DJ Academics one of these books.
This is why you have to go to Amazon and get the book, Rich Abs, Poor Abs, now.